Our final zoning of the year, this December 21st, 2021. Today, I'm pleased to share that Pastor Tom Tanner is here of Riverstone Church. He will be providing our invocation, followed by the pledge, which will be brought by Officer Geraldman. If you are willing and able, please stand for our invocation and pledge.
Let's pray. Holy Father, we thank you for another day. We thank you for giving us breath this morning to get up and live another day in this community. I pray that as we move through this day, we would do so in a way that is honoring to you and respectful of others. I pray that you would open our eyes to see the things that you want us to see. Give us ears to hear what you want us to hear. And I pray that we would give our hearts to the things that you would have us give our hearts to. I pray specifically for this Board of Commissioners, this group of leaders that you have chosen and put in this difficult position, given this difficult job. And even though it is a hard job, we believe that you have not only chosen them, but you have equipped them to do the job that you've set before them. And so I pray today that they would receive from you grace, strength, wisdom, and discernment as they make decisions for our community. I pray that they would do so to the best of their ability as you have appointed them. We trust you, and we pray that our lives would honor you as you lead us forward. Thank you again for this day. We pray this in the name of your Son and our Savior, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you for that beautiful invocation, and Officer, thank you for the pledge. Our meeting is officially called to order. I will turn things over to our zoning manager so he can walk us through today's agenda.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Today's hearing will be conducted with the following process and procedure. Each case will be called in numerical order. When each case is called, we would ask that the applicant stand and raise their hand to show that they are in attendance. Then after that, we're going to call to see if there's anyone here opposed to that case. And we would also ask that the opposition please stand up and raise their hand so they can be counted for the official record. After recognizing the applicant and any opposition, both parties will be asked to come forward to be sworn in. They will present testimony to the board here at the front. Each side gets 10 minutes to state their case or concerns. And there is only 10 minutes per side. That's total. So if there's more than one person who wishes to speak on the case, you may want to coordinate with each other about what you're going to talk about, because each side only gets 10 minutes and you don't want to cover the same information twice. Then after that, the board will start to discuss the case at hand. From the discussion, they may ask one or more speakers to come back to the front for additional comments or questions. And after that, the board make a decision to either approve, deny, continue, or hold the matter at hand. There are two cases on today's printed agenda which have been withdrawn without prejudice, and these cases will not be heard. First case is rezoning case Z87 of 2021, Lennar, Georgia, Inc. This case was withdrawn without prejudice and will not be heard today. Second case is SLUP 9 of 2021, Series Tree Services LLC, care of William Mazarejos. This case has been withdrawn without prejudice and will not be heard today. There are a number of cases on today's printed agenda which have been continued or held by the staff of the Planning Commission, and these cases will not be heard today. First case is rezoning case Z48 of 2021, Ray Murphy. This case was continued by the staff until the February 1st, 2022 Planning Commission zoning hearing, so Z48 of 2021 will not be heard today. Rezoning case Z61 of 2021, Blue Tiger Properties LLC. This case was continued by the staff until the February 1st, 2022 Planning Commission zoning hearing. So Z61 of 2021 will not be heard today. Rezoning case Z68 of 2021, Tiffany Gray. This case was continued by the staff to the February 1st, 2022 Planning Commission zoning hearing. So Z68 of 2021 will not be heard today. Rezoning case Z80 of 2021, Timothy G. Jenkins. This case was continued by the staff until the February 1st, 2022 Planning Commission zoning hearing. So Z80 of 2021 will not be heard today. Rezoning case Z83 of 2021, St. Burke. This case was held by the Planning Commission until the February 1st, 2022 Planning Commission zoning hearing. So Z83 of 2021 will not be heard today. Rezoning case Z88 of 2021, Taylor Morrison of Georgia, LLC. This case was continued by the Planning Commission until the February 1st, 2022 Planning Commission zoning hearing. So Z88 of 2021 will not be heard today. SLEP 3 of 2021, Ray Murphy. This case was continued by the staff until the February 1st, 2022 Planning Commission zoning hearing. So SLUP 3 of 2021 will not be heard today. SLUP 7 of 2021, Blue Tiger Properties LLC. This case was continued by the staff until the February 1st, 2022 Planning Commission zoning hearing. So SLEP 7 of 2021 will not be heard today. Madam Chair and Board, I did get a request late last week to continue another case that's on your continued agenda. The applicant for rezoning case Z73 of 2021, Inver Group 3 LLC, has asked for this case to be continued so they could look at a different zoning category and possibly changing their site plan. So at this point, the staff would ask the board to continue rezoning case Z73 until your February hearing date.
Thank you. Commissioner Burrow?
Is the applicant present, John?
Is the applicant here for Z73? Yes, he is.
Okay, thank you. Yes, I will make a motion to continue Z73 to the February zoning and with direction to meet with me or talk with me prior to February. Thank you.
All right, I'll second that. Is there any discussion? Call the question. The motion passes 5-0.
Okay, and that is continued to the February 15th, 2022 Board of Commissioners zoning hearing. All right, I would like to ask the people in today's audience, if you have a cell phone, please turn your volume down on your phone or put it on mute, because when the phone rings, it does interfere with the broadcast and presentations. And any person wishing to speak before the Board of Commissioners must file a campaign contribution disclosure statement. If they made a campaign contribution within the last 2 years totaling $250 or more to a current member of the Board of Commissioners. Additional information about this requirement is located on the table in the back of the room. And I want to remind applicants, opposition, or any interested party that information is due to this board the Wednesday prior to this date. Any information submitted to the board after the Wednesday due date may or may not be considered by the board at their discretion. And with that, Madam Chair and Board, I'm ready to start the consent agenda.
Please go ahead. Thank you.
Cobb County Board of Commissioners, zoning hearing consent agenda for December 21st, 2021. Rezoning case Z72, Series Tree Services LLC, care of William Mazarejos. Request rezoning from GC and R80 to HI for tree processing and land lot 911 of the 19th District. The property is located on the north side of Flint Hill Road and on the west side of Sanders Road. The Planning Commission recommends deletion of Z72 to the LI zoning district, subject to the following conditions. Number 1, letter of agreeable conditions from Ms. Ellen Smith dated December 7th, 2021. Number 2, staff comments and recommendations. Okay. The applicant is present. Is there anyone here opposed to rezoning case Z72?
Okay.
Okay. Let the record show there's no one opposed. It's my understanding that Commissioner Sheffield wants to make some revisions to this case.
Thank you, John. The revision is that the zoning will be deleted to the NRC category with the special exception for this applicant only and for the stated use only. And also to read into the record or to submit in the record the revised letter of stipulations dated December 21st, 2021 from Ellen Smith, and all staff comments and recommendations not otherwise in conflict.
Okay, got it.
Commissioner, I have a question.
Yeah,
So are we deleting this to NRC for tree processing?
no.
Oh,
It's
okay.
not for tree processing.
You
They
said for this
resubmit-
use only, what use?
Okay, for parking trucks, they resubmitted
For a tree contractor.
for tree contractor.
Okay. Is that a permitted use under NRC?
It is as a special exception.
There's not going to be, originally, the applicant wanted to process trees at the site with wood chipping, and a slub was submitted. That has been withdrawn, and the applicant will no longer process trees at that plant. Instead, they will park vehicles for the business and have an additional administrative building on the site.
Okay.
But there will be no tree processing at that location.
Okay. Do you have an approximate number of vehicles, Commissioner?
I do not. No, hold on.
The applicant's here too. I think she can probably respond.
Should we just pull it off consent then, if you have questions?
I mean, we're going to have a long hearing day, and it looks like you've made a lot of progress.
Yes.
It's a big change to go from the original request from HI to LI to NRC, so I just
Yeah,
did have some questions.
Just to add to what Commissioner Sheffield stated, in Ellis Smith's letter, there is a revised site plan that shows the designated parking areas on the site, and it's all in the center of the site, and the rest of it's going to be left
And
undisturbed.
that total, and the parking number totals?
Ellen? 10 to 15 vehicles.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I'm amenable, Commissioner. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, that's okay. Okay, moving on to the next case, rezoning case Z81, 2687 Sandy Plains Holdings LLC. Request rezoning from GC to NRC for a doctor's office in land lot 596 of the 16th District. The property is located on the northwest side of Sandy Plains Road, northeast of Kinjack Road. The Planning Commission recommends approval of Z81 to NRC, subject to the following conditions. Number one, site plan received by the zoning division, and I'm going to correct the date on the agenda, and that's been printed because it was wrong. Site plan dated October 29th, 2021. Number two, Fire Department comments and recommendations. Number three, Water and Sewer Division comments and recommendations. Number four, Stormwater Management Division comments and recommendations. And number five, Department of Transportation comments and recommendations. The applicant is present. Is there anyone here opposed to rezoning case Z81? Let the record show there's no one opposed. Rezoning case Z86, Saints Partners LLC, request rezoning from GC, O&I, and TS to GC for a convenience store at fuel sales in land lot 875 of the 17th District. The property is located on the north side of Windy Hill Road, on the west side of Leland Drive. The Planning Commission recommends approval of Z86 to the GC zoning district, subject to the following conditions. Number one, site plan received by the zoning division on October 7th, 2021, with the district commissioner approving minor modifications. Number two, district commissioner to approve the final building elevations. Number three, board of commissioners approval of the right-of-way abandonment. Number five, fire department comments and recommendations. Number four, fire department comments and recommendations. Number five, water and sewer division comments and recommendations. Number six, Stormwater Management Division, comments and recommendations. And number seven, Department of Transportation, comments and recommendations. Is the applicant present? Let the record show the applicant is here. Is there anyone here opposed to rezoning case Z86? Let the record show there's no one opposed. Moving into land use permits on the consent agenda. LUP 22, Marlene Graham. Request a temporary land use permit for a personal care home in land lot 561 of the 16th District. The property is located on the north side of Piedmont Road, west of Shaw Road. The Planning Commission recommends approval of LUP 22 for 24 months, subject to the following conditions. Number one, site plan received by the zoning division on September 3rd, 2021. Number two, fire department comments and recommendations. Number three, water and sewer division comments and recommendations. Number four, stormwater management division comments and recommendations. And number five, Department of Transportation comments and recommendations. Is the applicant present? Applicant is here. Is there anyone here opposed to LUP 22? No. Let the record show there's no one opposed.
John, Commissioner Brown would like to weigh in.
Ms. Graham, I just want to commend you on your operation on Piedmont. I go by your business every day. I live in the area, and I just want to commend you on your operation and maintenance of your personal care home.
Okay, moving into other business items on today's consent agenda. First item is other business item number 50 of 2021, which is to consider a site plan and stipulation amendment for Brandon Cove LLC regarding rezoning application Z41 of 2020, which is located in land lot 683 of the 18th District. The property is located on the northerly side of White Road, also known as Bob White Road, southeasterly of Factory Shaw's Road. Staff recommends approval, subject to the following conditions. Number one, final site plan to be approved by the District Commissioner. Number two, Cobb DOT comments contained in the other business packet. Number three, water and sewer comments contained in the other business packet. Number four, fire department comments contained in the other business packet. And number five, all previous stipulations not in conflict to remain in effect. The applicant is here. Is there anyone here opposed to other business item number 50? Let the record show there's no one opposed. Other business item number 66 of 2021 is to consider a reduction of minimum public road frontage from required 50 feet to 7 feet for building 100 and setback variances as shown on the site plan for DGH 1125 LLC for property located on the south side of Ernest Barrett Parkway and on the east side of Grewers Chapel Road in land lots 208 and 209 of the 20th District. Staff recommends approval, subject to the following conditions. Number one, letter from Mr. Dennis Webb dated December 7th, 2021. Water and sewer comments contained in the other business packet. Number three, fire department comments contained in the other business packet. Is the applicant present? Let the record show the applicant is here. Is there anyone here opposed to other business item number 66? No. Let the record show there's no one opposed. Other business item number 70 of 2021 is to consider a stipulation amendment for Edenton Homeowners Association, Inc. regarding rezoning application Z57 of 2015 in land lots 390 and 391 of the 16th District. Property is located at the north intersection of Shalford Road and Wesley Chapel Road and on the south side of Fricks Road. Staff recommends approval, subject to the following conditions. Number one, letter from Lee B. Beachman to Dave Griffin. And number two, county landscape architect to approve the final landscape plan. Is the applicant present? Applicant is here. Is there anyone here opposed to other business item number 70? No. Let the record show there's no one opposed. Other business item number 71 of 2021 is to consider amending the zoning stipulations for Z43 of 2011 regarding impervious surface on lot 51, which is an increase from 35% to 39.46%. Paid Chuckman for property located on the south side of Lulworth Lane, south of Barn Hill Drive. Property is located in land lot 601 in the 16th District. Staff recommends approval, subject to the following conditions. Number one, stormwater management comments contained in the other business packet. And number two, all previous stipulations not in conflict with this amendment to remain in effect. Is the applicant present? Applicant is here. Is there anyone here opposed to other business item number 71? No. Let the record show there's no one opposed. Other business item number 72 of 2021 is to consider a stipulation amendment for Mr. Chuck Young regarding rezoning application Z28 of 2021 in land lots 31 and 32 of the 17th District. The property is located on the south side of White Boulevard, on the west side of Floyd Road, and at the terminus of Nickajack Road, and at the terminus of Green Valley Drive. Staff recommends approval, subject to the following conditions. Number one, applicant's request explanation contained in the other business packet. Number two, Cobb DOT comments contained in the other business packet. Number three, fire department comments contained in the other business packet. And number four, all previous stipulations not in conflict to remain in effect. Is the applicant present? Let the record show the applicant is here. Is there anyone here opposed to other business item number 72? No. Let the record show there's no one opposed. Other business item number 73 of 2021 is to consider a stipulation amendment for Habitat for Humanity of Northwest Metro Atlanta, Incorporated, regarding rezoning application Z65 of 2021 in land lots 494 and 495 of the 18th District. The property is located at the southeast corner of Hillcrest Drive and Ridgefield Drive. Staff recommends approval, subject to, number one, a letter from Mr. Rob Hozak dated December 15th, 2021, and number two, all previous stipulations not in conflict to remain in effect. The applicant is present. Is there anyone here opposed to, oh. Okay. Is there anyone here opposed to this item? No. No? Madam Chair and Board, let the record show there's no one opposed to other business item number 73. And we do need to add one more condition to that, which is condition number 3, which is email from Rob Hozak to William H. Rowling dated December 16, 2021. And just as a way to explain this, this is some revised language from his earlier letter that was more acceptable to the county attorney regarding the first right of refusal. So,
I need
for the
that.
deed restriction.
Can that be read in, please?
Pardon me? Oh, yeah, that's that one.
And can the email be read into the record?
Yes, and I did give the clerk a copy of that email that has that attached to it.
Is this the attachment Exhibit B is what you're referring
Yes.
to? Thank you. Just a moment, please.
John, I just gave the clerk my copy.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. And last item on the printed consent agenda is item number 74 of 2021, which is to consider a stipulation amendment for WHOY Associates LLC regarding rezoning application Z62 of 2000 and land lot 132 of the 20th District. The property is located on the southeast side of Chastain Road, north of Big Shanty Road. Staff recommends approval, subject to the following conditions. Number one, applicant's Exhibit B contained in the other business packet. Number two, fire department comments contained in the other business packet. And number three, all previous stipulations not in conflict to remain in effect. The applicant is present. Is there anyone here opposed to other business item number 74? No. Let the record show there's no one opposed. And that completes the consent agenda, Madam Chair and Board, as revised.
Thank you, John. Commissioner Brawl has a comment for the last case that was read.
Yes. In discussion with Mr. Moore, who represents the applicant, and with some of the neighbors, I have a few stipulations to read into the record. They weren't able to be here today. Let's see. Okay, we have a list of prohibited uses that have been agreed upon that I'll submit for the record. No drive-through. And if there's a patio outside, patio for outdoor seating, it will be at the front of the property at Chastain. And then the final site plan to be approved by the district commissioner. And all other steps remain. Mr. Moore, are you here? And you're agreeable to all that? Correct. Thank you.
He's nodding yes. Okay. So with that, that concludes our consent agenda. Yes. Yes, John.
Madam Chair, it's my board that two of the commissioners want to add some more cases to consent.
Okay, so which is the first commissioner?
We'll start with District 1.
Okay, Commissioner Gamble.
And I'll call the case first, okay?
Okay, thank you.
All right. Rezoning case Z84, St. Burke requests a rezoning from PRD to R20 for a single-family subdivision in land lot 265 of the 20th District. The property is located on the south side of Fords Road, west of Red Rock Road. The applicant is here. Is there anyone here opposed to rezoning case Z84?
Okay, so we'll pull that from consent.
Okay.
Unless there's some discussion. Is that the applicant who stood, or is that someone in opposition? Opposition, okay. Commissioner
Please hear
Gamble?
that one. All right.
The applicant is certainly able to speak with the person who's here in opposition to see if you're able to come to some agreement with respect to the reasoning why it's pulled off the consent agenda. If not, we'll go ahead and hear that. It's part of our regular hearing. John, can you let me know the next matter, please?
Okay.
Thank you.
And for District 4, there are 3 cases I'm aware of that the commission would like to add. The first one
Okay.
is rezoning case Z56 of 2021, Trayton LLC, request rezoning from LI to FST for a townhome community in land lot 1216 of the 19th District. The property is located at the southern terminus of South Cobb School Road, the southern terminus of Linda Vista Drive, and the eastern terminus of Leela Street. The applicant is present. Is there anyone here opposed to rezoning case Z56? Let the record show there's no one opposed. Would the applicant please come forward?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Hi, John summoned you, so I'm hoping there's
Yeah,
a reason why.
I just wanted Kevin up here in case there's questions, because he has the next case also. So
Okay.
He's probably going to be here anyway.
All right, Commissioner
Okay.
Sheffield?
I make a motion to delete Z56 to RA5 zoning categories with the following stipulations. All,
I'm sorry, before you read that, we're not voting on this now, we're moving this to consent, right?
That's right.
Just make a motion to move to consent.
Well, if either John or the county attorney can give us some direction, she's going to read in the stipulations. We're going to make a motion to add this to consent. Okay, so you can just read your
Just read the
stipulations,
steps?
and then we'll make a motion to add to.
Okay.
Thank you.
Stipulation that the category should be deleted to RA5. All DOT traffic study comments are to be addressed during plan review. Approval shall include the letter of agreeable conditions dated December 15, 2021 from J. Kevin Moore with the revisions to the following stipulations. Stipulation number 7, homes to contain a 50% minimum of exterior materials to include brick, stone, or stacked stone. Stipulation number 10, monument sign to include wired uplights. Revision to stip 14, that the amenity package to be approved by the district commissioner, and that sidewalks will be installed on both sides of the street within the development, and the final site plan and elevations to be approved by the district commissioner, and all other staff comments and recommendations not otherwise in conflict.
Okay. So, we have your stipulations, Commissioner, and you can make a motion for us to add that to consent.
Okay. I make a motion to add Z56 to the consent agenda.
Okay, and that's keeping all staff comments and you don't
Yeah,
have to
I
say that.
already
I'm
said
sorry, Commissioner, thank you. So there's a motion, a second, any further discussion? All right, call the question. The motion passes 5-0.
Okay. And next case to be added to consent is rezoning case Z69 of 2021, Conley Land Group LLC, request rezoning from R15 and R20 to RA6 for a single-family subdivision in land lots 391 and 392 of the 18th District. Property is located on the north side of Honeycutt Road, on the east side of Rioka Circle, northeast of Mapleton Parkway. The applicant is present. Is there anyone here opposed to rezoning case Z69? No. Let the record show there's no one opposed.
Okay. The subject property.
Excuse me, I'm sorry, Commissioner. There's been some inquiry about somebody standing in the back, sir. Are you in opposition to this zoning matter? Okay, thank you. Commissioner Sheffield, go ahead.
Subject property to be rezoned from R20 and R15 to the R15 OSC category. Lot number 24 shall be swapped with a green space to the south of Lot 16. The detention pond access strip to be relocated to the east side of Lot 25. If blasting of rock is required, the blasting plan to be reviewed by the district commissioner with input from adjacent homeowners. The developer will make every effort to reduce development on slopes greater than 25% as plans are finalized in plan review. Letter of agreeable conditions dated December 15, 2021, from J. Kevin Moore with revisions to the following stipulations. Stipulation number 4, exterior facade shall consist of a 50% minimum of brick, stone, and/or stacked stone. Stipulation number 11, to be revised to include entrance signage shall also include wired uplights. Stip number 15, applicant agrees to construct internal sidewalks on both sides of the street of the development. Final elevations and site plans to be approved by the district commissioner, and all staff comments and recommendations not otherwise in conflict. And with that, Madam Chair, I make a motion to,
Oh, and before we make the motion, Commissioner, can I get clarification on your first condition regarding the architecture? That 50% for the materials, is that just on the front of the home?
yes,
Okay,
the exterior facade.
okay. Gotcha. Thank you.
With that, Madam Chair, I make a motion to include Z or add Z69 to today's consent agenda.
I see the sweat being, yes, go ahead.
Second.
I saw the sweat coming off the brow.
It's been a lot of work behind the scenes, so just want people to know that we're not just, there's a lot that goes on behind the scenes to get to this point, so thank you.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Call the question. The motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. And the last case to add consent is rezoning case Z89, Tyler Chandler Homes LLC, request rezoning from R20 to RSL for a residential senior living non-supportive development in land lot 979 of the 19th District. The property is located on the west side of Austell Powder Springs Road, south of Old Austell Road. The applicant is present. Is there anyone here opposed to rezoning case Z89? No. Let the record show there's no one opposed.
Okay, third time's a charm. The stipulations to include letter of agreeable conditions dated December 15, 2021, from J. Kevin Moore with revisions to the following stipulations. Stipulation number 6, a 50% minimum of brick, stone, and/or stacked stone on the home's facade. Stip number 7, HOA shall be responsible for building maintenance, repair, and insurance. Stip number 9, to include wired uplights. Final elevation and site plan to be approved by the district commissioner, and all staff comments and recommendations not otherwise in conflict. And with that, I make a motion to include Z89, on today's consent agenda.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. And for clarification, is the combination of materials just for the front facade or for the entire home?
As that facade.
You said facade. Is it for the front or is that?
The front, yes.
Just the front? Okay, just for clarification. Okay.
If we could also get that clarification for Z56 to confirm that for the clerk.
Okay, so he's asking for the clerk to confirm just the front
Also on the
facade.
front.
Okay.
Thank
For
you for that.
Z56, thank you.
You're welcome. So we have a motion, a second. Any further discussion? We'll call the question. The motion carries 5-0.
Thank you.
Okay, are there any additional changes that need to be made to consent? Right, and just, Commissioner Sheffield, thank you for all of your work and getting those to the consent agenda. With that, I make a motion that we approve the consent agenda as revised.
Second.
Is there any further discussion? Call the question. The motion passes 5-0. For anybody who's here for any of the matters on consent, you are free to leave. Thank you and happy holidays to you. We'll go ahead and just take a couple-minute break to give them time to leave before we get started with our next case. Thank you and welcome back to our Board of Commissioners zoning hearing this December 21st, 2021. I ask for those in the audience to please keep it down as we are back to our zoning hearing and we're moving on to our first case.
Thank you. Okay, first continued case to be heard today is rezoning case Z38 of 2021, Windsong Properties, request rezoning from R30 to RSL for residential senior living, non-supportive residential, in land lots 179 and 180 of the 20th District. The property is located on the south side of Ellis Road, on the east side of MacDobbs Road, southeast of the intersection of Ellis Road and MacDobbs Road. The applicant is present. Is there anyone here opposed to rezoning case Z38? Please stand up, raise your hands. Three? Okay. Let the record show there's four. Let the record show there's 4 people here in opposition. All those folks that are opposed that wish to speak to the board, please come forward to be sworn in.
Stand right there. Raise your right hand. Solemnly swear the testimony you have given before the board of this matter will be true.
Thank you, Garvis. You can feel free to go ahead.
Thank you. First of all, good morning, Madam Chairwoman, members of the board. For the record, my name is Garvis Sams. I'm with the local law firm of Sams, Larkin and Huff, and represent Windsong Properties concerning this application for rezoning. I have with me today Mr. Henry Massey, who is Windsong's land acquisition manager, Mr. Mark Caruth, who is Windsong's president, Mr. Abdul Amir, who is our traffic engineer. He's a PE with A&R Engineering, his firm, and also from Watson Browning, Mr. Daryl Cook, who is our civil engineer. So we have quite a complement of folks, and between the 5 of us, we should be able to answer any questions or hopefully address any concerns you may have at the same time. First of all, Merry Christmas. This is the day when you're supposed to be benign, beneficent, and everything that happens is supposed to be beneficial to the county. And no, seriously, it's interesting the psychology which goes into filing cases and trying to time them. And we've never really had a situation where we've tried to time it for a Christmas presentation, but as you can see, you got a good turnout, notwithstanding the holiday. But Merry Christmas. The property that you're seeing here, this is the property at issue. This is a 37.3 acre tract of land. As you can see, it's located at the southeast intersection of Ellis Road to the north and MacDobbs Road to the west. It is within an area that is low-density residential, not VLDR, but LDR under the future land use map, which does allow RSL developments within those parameters. In some instances, these are both major collectors. Had one of them been an arterial, then we would have had an elevated density. In fact, when we first filed this application, we filed it for 98 single-family detached units, but during the pendency of this application, which has been 9 months, and a lot of discussions and 5 appearances before the Planning Commission, we have reduced the 98 homes that we originally proposed to 82 homes, and we'll get more into that in a minute. Those 82 homes are consistent with the county's future land use map, the county's comprehensive land use plan and its underlying text. It's also consistent with your staff's specific recommendation for approval, not only with respect to the community has proposed, but the number of lots and the density and the positioning of that as well. I trust that your professional staff's recommendation at least still form one of the underlying underpinnings of the decisions you make, in as much as they, meaning Mr. Peterson and his staff and Ms. Payton as a senior planner, they're obligated to follow the dictates of the future land use map. They don't have constraints that go beyond that. They do have the latitude under this administration to make intermediate recommendations that aren't necessarily one requested or the one that is specifically shown in the future land use map, as long as they are within those parameters. So They do a good job, and it's not because they recommended approval, it's because we've adjusted our proposal to meet staff's expectations on this. It's interesting. We've done a full traffic impact study, which looks not only at trip generation for RSL, and trip generations for RSL in this particular instance are 48% less than the AMP and peak hour and other trip generations that would be generated if this was an R15, R20, R30 type of subdivision. That's not anything I made up. That comes directly from our traffic engineer. And then we took two other Windsong developments to the south of this, Encore and Serenade, did a separate comparative traffic study and determined that what we're proposing here in terms of trip generations and traffic and levels of service are much better under this developmental scenario than either the other three classifications I mentioned, R15, R20, or R30. And interestingly, there's been a lot of talk about the strip of Ellis Road that you see going from its intersection with MacDobbs on the west going in an easterly direction. There's been a lot of talk about a lot of traffic on that road, and your own staff shows there's 780 trips a day on that section of the roadway, so it's operating at a level of service that's optimal considering the circumstances. So we've had those three traffic studies. They've all been, two traffic studies, one of which involved two separate subdivisions that are RSL. Those have been submitted to Ms. Diaz and of course, the DOT staff. While this application has been pending, we've had an inordinate amount of discussions with area residents. We had a great meeting at North Star Church in District 1, and which was participated by about 30 or 40 folks. And we have literally squired people around this property, both planning commissioners, staff, and members of those who have expressed an interest or are in opposition, however you want to characterize that. We also have support in the neighborhood from the presidents of the Serenade subdivision HOA board of directors and from Encore, which is about 46. It's right under 100 residents. We have their full support. We also have the support from the Living Hope Lutheran Church and its pastor, John Schuler, I believe it is, or maybe Schultz, and I apologize, I can't read my own handwriting. But it has a congregation of 500 members. These are all District 1 residents. But most telling and most importantly is the fact that the demographic that we're addressing, which are seniors, and not just 55 and older, we're really, the concentration is 62 years of age and over. We've got 33 individuals on a waiting list for this. For us to have a waiting list may look presumptuous, but it's not something of our making, it's something of their asking. And it just shows you that the District 1 residents are looking for what Mr. Massey would call a potential downsizing. It's certainly not a down economic a decision, because these homes will be priced, and I know you don't go by price points, but they originally started out price points in the high 600s, but they're going to be in the mid 7s, some topping out up to $800,000, depending really upon the upgrades ultimately that the individuals choose for their site, and there's a veritable plethora of those. If you would look at that is the site plan of the pretty plan you just saw. This shows the 82 lots, but what it also shows is and you can see it in the color to your west of the lake. You see where the amenity package is located. It's a beautiful, pristine piece of property. Mr. and Ms. Mulkey have enjoyed it. They've been good stewards of it. We are sensitive to the nature of it. In fact, every developmental scenario we've looked at has been towards preserving and protecting property. And I told you what the acreage is, right at 34 acres. We have 17.6 acres in totally dedicated open space, which will remain undisturbed in perpetuity. And if you want, we can put that in a conservation easement in favor of the county as well. But there's no other circumstance, there's no other classifications, there's no OSCs, there's nothing else that mandates a 50% open space requirement, but we have that and have preserve that, and honestly quite proud of it, considering the difficulty of the site developmentally. We have an inordinate number of stipulations regarding landscaping. Those are fueled by Ms. Cobb, who's here today, and some of the other residents. And around the perimeter of the property, we've doubled the landscaping that is required, and you can see on the perimeter the berming, the evergreen trees, whether they're Leland cypress or cryptomere, whatever your arborist and the district commissioner thinks appropriate, in order to get an understanding of the scale, the scope. You can see the individual, the human to the left, and then the berm is vegetated, and then the positioning of the homes, which are, of course, all one-story, single-family detached homes. These are all keyed into an exhibit that we have, and the houses that are being proposed will look, similar to this, if not identical. And then, of course, with the interiors and the exteriors as well, it's quite a handsome product. I've got 13 seconds, Madam Chairwoman. May I have 30 additional seconds? There's 30 seconds. Measly. It's
Commissioners, are you
Christmas.
amenable to this? It's,
Beneficent.
he said it's Christmas.
No, don't go.
Well,
All right, thank you, Garvis.
yeah. Well, anyway, we have wiggle room. We can go down to 76
Garvis.
lots at a density of
We'll go ahead and go to the
2.31
next
units
one.
per acre.
Thank you,
Thank you, Madam
Garvis.
Chairman. We appreciate it,
We
and thank
don't
you for your
do that.
consideration today.
Thank you. All right, we'll go ahead and queue up opposition. And again, just be mindful if there are other speakers on your time.
Thank you. Thank you for your time today. My name is Sharon Cobb, and my family and I have resided in the Butler Creek subdivision on McDobbs Road since 1993. I continue to represent my family as residents impacted within 1,000 feet of the proposed Windsong development, and roughly 250 residents representing the Butler Creek, Kenyon Farms, Tamarack Falls, Signal Point, Chandler Ridge, and Kings Row subdivisions, and single-family homeowners on Ellis and McDobbs. All are located with homes less than 0.2 miles from the proposed development. We feel strongly the proposed RSL non-supported development's significant density is inconsistent when compared to the zoning of the surrounding developments in single-family homes. This specific corridor of McDobbs is designated low-density residential in the Cobb County Future Land Use Document dated November 2017, and it continued that designation as such in the amendment dated January 19, 2021. The two parcels owned by the Mulkeys are zoned R30, and the adjacent and surrounding developments and residences to the Mulkey property are primarily zoned R20 and R30, with the exception of 4 lots that are zoned R15, or 15,000 square feet in the Aaron Moore subdivision off of Pine Mountain. They are actually oversized or greater than 15,000 square feet and are adjacent to a portion of the Mulkey property that cannot be developed due to topographical and water issues. The oversized natures of these lots was stipulated by a prior commissioner when the Aaron Moore development was being reviewed. Windsong's proposed development on the Mulkey property of 82 homes with minimum lot sizes of 5,500 square feet per the submitted plat is significantly different and inconsistent with anything that is adjacent or surrounding the property. Windsong has determined it will follow the county's professional staff's recommendations for approval, and they feel the proposed development is the most appropriate purpose for the property. We disagree based on direct goals included in the land use plan. Comments from Cobb DOT indicated McDobbs is a major collector roadway, and according to the available information, the existing right-of-way does not meet the minimum requirements for this classification. Ellis Road is classified as a minor collector roadway, and according to the available information on the existing right-of-way, it does not meet the minimum requirements for this classification. Noted in Windsong's own traffic study is the statement, existing data points collected by the Georgia DOT over the last 3 years indicate a negative growth rate in this area is warranted. The zoning division comments included the staff's opinion that the applicant's proposal will permit a use that is suitable in the view of use and development of the adjacent and nearby properties if the density was lower. We do take exception to the staff's opinion that the rezoning proposal would not result in an excessive burden on the existing streets. The proposed 82 homes with a documented incremental increase of 500 daily round trips is an excessive burden on the roads that have been noted by the Cobb DOT as not meeting the minimum requirements for either classification major or minor roadways. The future land use map 2021 contains goals as follows. Land use goal number 1, coordinate and advance land use policies that manage growth by promoting compatible distribution of land uses while preserving established suburban communities and respecting the individual property rights by facilitating projected growth while preserving and protecting existing stable neighborhoods and community character, guiding growth to areas that have the infrastructure in place adjacent to arterial roads and major thoroughfares that are close to community activity centers. Implied in that statement is not nestled in the middle of communities that are zoned R30 and R20 like this proposed development is. Considering the impacts to area residents and the compatibility between land uses before making any land use decisions. Goal number 2 was to enhance community character and promote an active lifestyle in existing and future communities by fostering quality, safe, and walkable friendly elements. It encourages development flexibility to protect and preserve open space and sensitive natural resources. It promotes actively protecting areas containing floodplains and wetlands, and it talks about protecting watersheds and groundwater recharge. All of these items are specifically included in OSC zoning. The low-density residential category comments indicate specific development proposals shall be evaluated with respect to the following guidelines. Proposals at the low end of the density range should be encouraged in areas that are currently developed at similar densities. Proposals at the high end of the density range, which this proposal is, should be encouraged in areas where there are adequate services and facilities that can accommodate such densities and where such proposed densities do not adversely affect the stability of existing residential areas. And new residential uses should be developed in a manner that protects the character of the area. Our concerns of the proposed development are related to safety and welfare of the existing homeowners and the potential residents of the community, as well as the impact to the character of the multi-property. From a safety and welfare perspective, the previously mentioned 500 additional daily round trips on Mag Dobbs, even with the proposed left turn lane, has the potential to further complicate visibility and increase the danger at the intersection of Ellis and Mag Dobbs. And with the addition of the entrance exit on Ellis, there's additional concern now at the other side of turning left or right onto Pine Mountain from Ellis. We've now taken a threat of safety from Ellis and Mag Dobbs and add to it Ellis and Pine Mountain. As it relates to the character of the area, the proposed development spans 2 parcels. The first parcel, which borders Ellis, contains the lake, an open field in front of the lake, and the current homestead, and undevelopable woods behind the homestead. The second parcel, which borders the back of Signal Point subdivision, is densely wooded. This second parcel will be clear-cut and leveled to build over 50% of the proposed 82 homes. The remainder of the homes will be placed in the open field in front of the lake and where the current homestead is located. We would prefer to see an overall development that blends the new homes into the wooded acreage and the open field, including distances between homes and standard setbacks which are seen in the adjacent and surrounding R30 and R20 zoning. The requested variance to change from a 30-foot setback to a 20-foot setback is not required when working with the net buildable acreage of this property. Approving the variance to a 20-foot setback adds to the already proposed congested and overcrowded development. Using Cobb County property records, I have reviewed many of Windsong's developments in Cobb County lot by lot, and there seems to be a disturbing trend of smaller and smaller lots with each development. I have more thoroughly reviewed 3 of Windsong's more recent developments lot by lot and have verified the trend of the smaller lots is occurring. Serenade, which is at the intersection of Palm, Samuel, and Stylesboro, the smallest lot, 6,970 square feet, with the lots of this size making up 32% of the development. Moving into Encore, which is the end of Mac Dobbs at Stylesboro. Their smallest lot is 6,534 square feet, with lots of this size making up 39% of the development. McConnell Green, the smallest lot is 6,098 square feet, with lots of this size making up 29%. However, 54% of the development are lots less than Serenade's smallest lot of 6,900 square feet. So 54% of that is smaller than Serenade. This trend of smaller and smaller lots is allowed to occur because there is no stipulated minimum lot size contained in the code for RSL zoning, unlike the code for the properties that are adjacent to the multi-property. Adjacent counties to Cobb are pursuing similar developments, but with larger lot sizes and more open spaces between homes in their type of developments. Downsizing Cobb residents are choosing to go to these counties to have the easy living floor plans, but they want larger lots than Cobb County's current RSL developments. Concerned homeowners have met with the representatives from Windsong on 2 occasions, and while satisfactory compromises have been reached as it relates to development setbacks, landscaping buffers, and leaving 15 feet of the undeveloped acreage adjacent to Signal Point, we are disappointed they chose not to work within Mr. Beloin's November 2nd motion of OSCR 20, which included a more reasonable density of 66 homes, as well as other revisions to Windsong's stipulation letter. A zoning of OSC R20 for this property would not be unusual. There is an existing OSC R20 age-restricted community by the name of Mount Calvary located at Dallas Highway, which is an arterial road, and Mount Calvary Road. We do not believe the site of 82 rooftops on 5,500 to 6,000 square foot lots, 15 feet apart, with the proposed variance of a 20-foot setback is consistent with any of the adjacent properties and surrounding developments. The agreement that Mr. Sams cited from Encore and Living Hope Church are really not applicable since they are a mile from this property. We would respectfully request that the Board of Commissioners look at
Ma'am, I'm sorry,
OSC
your time is
We'll
up.
give her 20
Thank you.
seconds. Ma'am, you have 20 seconds because the other speaker went over.
Okay, thank you very much. As I said, if the requested RSL zoning is approved, the excessive density that comes with this type of development would continue to be allowed in Cobb County, and with that smaller and smaller lot sizes, as noted in my comments about their developments. We respectfully request the Board of Commissioners to stipulate OSC R20.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, with that, Commissioner Gambrill.
Thank you. I'm going to make some comments, and then I'm going to ask the board for some feedback. This is a difficult rezoning application involving a complicated parcel of land. It is difficult because of the requested use at this location and is complicated due to the topography, drainage, and other issues. The applicant has requested RSL with 82 courtyard-style homes at 2.5 units per acre, burdening the land with a 55% impervious area. Let's review the location at the intersection of MacDobb and Ellis Roads. This is distinctly residential only. And if we could pull that up on the GIS, please. Yeah. Yes, please. Actually, we can kind of zoom out a little bit. Great. The RSL zoning code used to encourage these types of developments near commercial activity nodes, which helped reduce the car trips. This RSL is not within reasonable walking distance to any commercial node or community destination. Further, applying the 82 requested lots to car trips equals 540 trips. This is 180 more car trips than if it was developed as currently zoned. Consider that R30 calls for a 35% maximum impervious surface, so that the requested RSL would allow an additional 20% burden on stormwater runoff. Further, if developed as zoned at R30 for 32.9 acres, would allow 36 lots at 1.1 units per acre, totaling 360 car trips. R20 would allow 58 lots at 1.75, which would total an adjusted 382 car trips for an RSL. The current and adjacent zonings in these areas along these two-lane roads Contemplate the amount of traffic these roads can absorb. An RSL at this location defeats this intent. Keeping all of this in mind, lack of accessibility and the 33% increase in traffic from an RSL at this location is contrary to our current zoning code. The proposed detention and retention ponds in the northeastern location will require extensive grading. Looking at the northeastern corner of the parcel at the property line, the topography map shows 980 feet. The proposed detention pond is at 1,020 feet, while Mulkey Lake is at 1,050 feet. This is a 70-foot variation. The topography along the southern boundary and MacDobb roads is 1,090 feet, resulting in a 40-foot variation. Due to the topography, mass grading, and remanufacturing of the terrain will be required, all within an area that has known and potential drainage problems for the existing downstream developments. As previously stated, R30 allows for a 35% impervious surface, yet the applicant is requesting 55% impervious total. Increasing impervious surface in a sensitive area prone to flooding is not responsible development. The Planning Commission recommended the R20 OSC with age restrictions allowing 58 lots, which is in keeping and complements the established development in the area. An R20 OSC has been used in other districts and other areas of District 1 with stipulations for age restrictions. Looking at the zoning map, there is an R15 to the east, yet the larger parcels were placed adjacent to this undeveloped tract, which was a standard practiced then by Commissioner Gorham when adjacent property owners opposed rezoning applications. If we take a broader view of the area, we will see significant undeveloped land due to the creeks, streams that traverse this area, which has caused significant flooding in the past. To the west of this parcel is Cloud Lake and Tucker Pond, both which appear to have similar topographical and hydrological issues as this parcel before us, but they were practically developed with larger estate lots. Considering RSLs, their only restrictions are they are not to be located within industrial compatible, rural residential, or very low residential land use categories, but must be located along arterial or collector roadways. Hence, it is not surprising to see the zoning staff recommendation for approval. However, within the code, it also contains language that allows the Board of Commissioners to reduce the requested density based on the surrounding density, topography, deforestation, drainage concerns, or other similar factors. We have heard from the neighbors, adjacent property owners, and area residents who have voiced opposition and valid concerns relating to the traffic, density, and drainage problems associated with this parcel. With all this in mind, I ask there if there are any comments or questions from other district commissioners or the chair regarding this application.
Thank you. I do have a question regarding impervious surface allowed in R20 and R20 OSC. Sean, if you can clarify what the contrast would be if this were developed at R20 OSC.
Number one, I think the lots would get a little bit bigger, Madam Chair, because the minimum lot size in R20 OC is 13,000 square feet.
Sorry, I'm looking percentage. It was stated that 30% impervious is permitted
Well, for R20 OC, they're required to have 35% of open space
for R20.
over the entire site.
Okay, so it doesn't have an impervious restriction similar to
It's 35%.
35 for R20. Okay,
Yeah.
thank you. Okay, Commissioner Burrow.
And you said that would yield 58 lots as opposed to the 82 proposed for R20 OSC? At what units per acre?
Correct. The PC used the whole 37.9, but they did not remove the floodplain. That is not allowable to be used in the calculation. So if you take it down to, I think it was like 32.2 9 times 1.75, that came out to actually 55. Did I say 56? I might have said 56. So 32.9.
I thought you said 58, but,
I'm sorry, it would be 58. It comes out to 57.57. So if we round up, it would be 58 lots.
okay.
And that's
they
at
could
R20?
still-
I'm sorry, go ahead.
They could still make those age restricted as long as they had the 35% open space and impervious at 35?
Yes, matter of fact, it was back in 2016, we did that on a rezoning at Mount Calvary and Dallas Highway.
Okay.
And that has been developed as an R20 OSC, and it was age restricted, and has come out very well and has fit in well in the community, given the road and other factors that were associated with that parcel.
Okay. If that's what you're leaning towards, I would support that. But I don't know if you've discussed that with the applicant and if they would rather withdraw or.
So I met with the applicant on November 8th, and, which was after the Planning Commission meeting. I had a county attorney there, and then also John Peterson. We had a conversation about this, and that's when they asked for a continuance not to be heard at the November hearing to give them time. I did not hear back from them until I reached out to them on Saturday to find out how they were going to proceed going forward.
I have a question.
Commissioner Sheffield?
Yeah, with respect to consideration, you mentioned R20 OSC. Would there be consideration for R15 OSC?
The R15 OSC would, of course, yield a higher density. And again, given the topography, the hydrology in this area, and essentially the grading that would need to be done, I think it would be more responsible development to leave it at the R20 OSC, which would also yield lots that are a little bit smaller than the R15, because there is an R15 to the east. But again, as it was stated and was a former practice by a different district commissioner, to have the larger lots adjacent to the undeveloped parcels. So that's why I picked the R20 OSC, because we get to a 13,000 square foot lot, which is comparable to the area. You also notice there is a CS that is across the street. However, many of those lots have not been developed. But it also didn't have the topography and hydrological issues that this parcel does.
We don't have that category anymore, do we?
Do we have?
We don't have CS anymore.
We don't have CS anymore. CS is now the OSC of today.
I'm just looking at the density, and the current ask is 82 units. And at OSC R20, Commissioner, you mentioned that would be 50?
58.
And assuming, or if we explored OSC 15, how many lots would that be, John?
For R15 OSC?
Mm-hmm.
It would be approximately 71. It comes out to 70.7.
That's correct.
71.
And again, the reason why I didn't lean towards that one is because this is a very sensitive area with hydrology issues. We do have known flooding in the area to downstream. And it was also noted in staff that there's potential and known drainage concerns.
Thank you.
The lot shows 2 streams going into this property. How is this being considered in the development? Perhaps that's for the applicant. Yes, if we can have Garvis come back.
Actually, shouldn't we have Carl Carver answer that question?
I'll talk to Garvis, and then we can have stormwater come up as well. I just want to hear what the applicant's responses to that.
I don't have the expertise of Carl Carver, nor of Daryl Cook, who is our engineer, but I can tell you that the open space and the exaggeration of the developmental issues and the problematic nature of those are probably would be best answered, Madam Chairwoman, by Daryl Cook. Daryl.
I'm sorry.
And please ask me the question. Or,
Tell me your name, sir. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry?
Tell me your name, please.
My name is Daryl Cook. I'm with Watts and Browning Engineers.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, so the flooding issues have been brought up, and on the other screenshot, we showed 2 active streams going into the property. How is that being considered in this development? Because I see one that goes into the detention pond, but it still is going in and beyond it. And then on the bottom, there's development where the other stream is showing on the map.
Yeah, our goal is, one, we don't know that, I mean, Carl certainly has shared that there's perhaps some issues at of a pipe that may need to be repaired, but I don't see where there's any, flooding that's any different than any other flooding issues. But on this property, we would, in fact, reduce the stormwater peak flow rates tremendously, and what we're looking at doing is preserving the lake, creating some storage there, but also off to either side, you can see we've got some stormwater management areas where, again, we would reduce that amount of peak flow rates, and we can certainly do that without having, it actually would improve situations downstream. And working with Carl, we would also take a look at what can be done, if anything needs to be done downstream. We've talked about it, and we've looked at that, and if there's something that needs some additional repairs, I think, in talking with Carl, that will be something that he and I will work together on to make that happen. But we don't think that this, and I'm confident this will not have any negative impact to the downstream stormwater.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Are there additional questions? We have another question. Okay, does anybody else have any additional questions for the speaker? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
If we can have Carl come up, please, and address these matters.
Carl Carver, Cobb County Stormwater.
Hi, Carl. Can you help to address the flooding issues that have been referred to and what it looks to be a couple of streams on this site?
There's the one stream that goes through the existing lake, and they're pretty much preserving that with the green space and the lake itself.
Okay, I do see that.
The other one in the corner, that's part of their green space also, and it goes under Ellis Road there. And part of my stipulations is for them to evaluate that culvert under Ellis Road. And during their hydrology study design for their stormwater ponds, we will be looking at the timing of their ponds, how they release, and how they affect that culvert and downstream, so that they may have to do some over detention to create timing and effect of how the existing conditions are today.
Okay. And then how about what appears to be a stream on the southeast part of the property, going further south?
That stream,
No,
I
going
think in
further
that
south,
corner, is it
inside
in-
the yellow, whoever has the arrow.
Right there?
Yes, because I'm seeing development here, and then on the last screenshot, I'm not seeing all of the detention assets that are shown, at least in my book here. Yeah.
I'm sorry.
There's just a different shot of what some of the detention facilities will be. But if you can just, first, we'll start off with this map. If you can, yeah, so here, I'm seeing 2 detention-type facilities northeast, but on this handout that I have, this is dated back in April. It has 4, one which includes a facility at the southeast portion, and I'm not seeing that here. So I just don't know what's going to be done with that.
If they're not going to have a stormwater pond in that southeast corner, they will have to drain those lots to the street and take that drainage to those ponds that they've got shown on that plan.
Okay.
So therefore, the area draining to the southeast in that corner currently will be reduced, and therefore less runoff going to those corners.
Okay. And that would be the same if it was R20, R30, that they would still have to address those matters?
Correct. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Commissioner Braun, you had a... Not for Carl. Not for Carl. Did anybody else have a question for Carl? So are you going to also respond?
That's okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. My name's Henry Massey. I'm with Windsong Properties. We actually did a wetland delineation of that property, specifically pointing to that south side creek that the GIS is showing. Our comprehensive analysis of the wetland delineation showed that being actually a wet weather ditch. It is not a stream.
Thank you.
That is why we're able to put lots on there. We've actually submitted that wetland delineation to Carl's office. And so, anyway,
Okay.
so that has been confirmed.
Okay, thank you for
Thank you.
clarifying. Commissioner Gamble, did you have a question for him or Carl?
No, I had a question for Carl.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Cook stated that they would do things downstream pertaining to water, but there's nothing stipulated here that would essentially mandate for them to do that. So there sounds like there needs to be upgrades, but how would that happen if it's not on their parcel?
Well, as part of plan review and standard procedure for hydrology studies, as part of the state Georgia Stormwater Management Manual, they have to study the stream downstream to a point of 10%, where their site is 10% of the overall basin.
Right, but I thought his comments were directed to increasing drainage basins in the roads.
I don't understand that question, because they'll capture their site and they have to study the flows coming out of the existing lake and out of their stormwater ponds to a point downstream to a point that their site is 10% of an overall basin. So they'll have to study a point downstream where the drainage basin is 370 acres, roughly.
Okay.
So that's the state mandated downstream study.
Right, I understand that, and I also understand that, we've used this mandate on other developments, yet we still have flooding. So while I understand the state development standards, that does not cause the amount, how fast the water then flows downstream, which is where my concern lies from here.
I don't disagree, and I'm hoping that when we do take a look at our code, we'll have some better opportunity to understand how the densities that we do have for our zoning districts do actually tie into how we assess hydrology and stormwater detention. 'Cause I know I would like to better understand that connection. But for right now, the commissioner is leaning towards reduced density for this site at R20 OSC. The applicant has requested RSL at another density. Commissioner Burrell has stated her support for the commissioner's proposal. However, there was some inquiry of how the applicant has weighed in on that, and according to Commissioner Gambrell, she has not had, really that much substantive discussion after reaching out to them over the weekend. I'd be curious to know if the applicant is willing to consider Commissioner Gambrell's proposal for R20 OSC, if that's something that we can delete it down to. I don't know if that gets to all of the flooding issues that are on the site, but it does help to reduce density, which could contribute to that. So I would just ask if, Commissioner Gamble, if you're okay, if the applicant's willing to consider your proposed request to reduce that density down.
And again, when we met on November 8th, that was the conversation, and then we were also going to, allow them to come back, or if they wanted to potentially withdraw, so that offer still stands.
Okay. If we could have the applicant approach me.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. The answer is yes. First of all, even the commissioner herself admitted the fact that she was caught flat-footed, not her words, mine, as were we by the R20 recommendation from the Planning Commission. It hadn't been discussed. We can do an R20 OSC, and we can do an R15 OSC. The difference in lots is substantive, but we're certainly willing to look at that. My concern is the pristine nature of this land could be obviated by virtue of the fact that an R20 OSC doesn't give you the latitude, developmentally, and I'm afraid you're going to have one stream going down the middle of the property instead of the pristine lake. But then again, we would rather look at that than be told do 55 lots or take a hike, which is essentially what we've heard. We can adjust down to 76 lot, I know, on RSL and make that work. We've got a plan that was formulated yesterday, and we've got that. I know it's too late. You don't want to see that today, but we would prefer looking at it as opposed to being 55 lots of RSL that's simply not doable.
58. Yeah, okay.
Thank you, ma'am.
As Commissioner Gamble clarified, or excuse me, Commissioner Bro clarified, it was 58, not 55.
My apologies. That was a new number today, but.
Okay. Commissioner Gamble, would you be open to continuing this matter with it being heard in February with expectation that the applicant will discuss with you your proposal for reducing the density down to R20 or to whatever option?
So if I understand, we will be discussing an R20 OSC at a maximum of 58 units. With that being said, I know this applicant has another case that is supposed to be heard in February as well, and usually has a tendency to ask for a continuance for one to be heard before the other because they don't want to have both heard at the same meeting. And this has gone on for 9 months.
It's been a long time. Yeah.
So if I hold this, I'm going to ask it not to be heard until the March hearing, because there is work currently being done on the first application, and I would like it to be taken care of in February if we can.
Okay.
So that way we just don't have another case that continues to get delayed because of, not doing due diligence.
Okay.
So I would delay it until March,
Okay.
the earliest.
And thank you you clarified too, since we did have the hearing, we will be holding this, not continuing it. So, yeah.
So I guess, Mr.
So
Sams,
to-
is that all right with you to hold it until March?
Totally unrelated properties. The one we just filed on Old Dallas Road is an R20 at a 1.24 unit per acre density. We have no intention of continuing that. There'd be no reason to. It's exactly where the commissioner asked us to be. So we would prefer it to be heard in February. We have contractual issues. And as far as not doing due diligence, this was held by your planning commission 3 times. And then one time we agreed. And then the other time the planning commission chairman said, I just hadn't looked at the documents. We're going to have to take it to next month. So February would be preferable for us, Madam Chairman.
Okay. And understanding her concerns with respect to continuing the other matter, which is why she
Well,
asked.
with that, we withdrew that application. We've refiled. Now, it was withdrawn without prejudice. We were seeking an RSL there. It's down to an R20 at a 1.24
Okay, so
unit
that's
per
not
acre.
an RSL.
I can't imagine that we would have any need to continue it, and certainly don't have any expectations that we'll have anything but success with that. But we would prefer this be heard in February if it could.
Okay, and I'm agreeable to doing the February, but again, the reason why this one went on for 9 months is because the applicant was not meeting with the community. So therefore, with that being said.
That's not true, and I'm not letting that stand, Commissioner.
You met with the community after it was continued by the PC multiple times, and then you finally had your community meetings. So with that being said, you know, I want these community meetings to be had with this case, also with the other case, so we don't have this issue again come February and we start continuing cases for a year.
I think that's understood, Commissioner. Yeah. I think they hear you loud and clear.
So with that, I will make a motion to hold Z38 with directives to the applicant that he is supposed to come back with an R20 OSC with a maximum of 55 units.
58.
Or 58.
We'll look at an R20 OSC. It's not going to be 55 units. We'll fit within the parameters of an
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. The
OSC.
commissioner's making her motion.
Yes,
If you just
ma'am.
ask that you don't interject.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Again, my motion is to hold Z38 of 2021 to the February hearing with directives to the applicant to come back with an R20 OSC with a maximum of 58 lots, and to have the necessary conversations and to ensure that site plans are given to both myself and the community prior to the hearings.
Okay, there's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Is there any further discussion? All right, we'll call the question. The motion passes 5-0.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman.
Thank you.
Commissioner.
Madam Chair and Board, the next case has a companion special land use permit. Would be the board's desire to hear the zoning and the special land use permit together, just make separate motions? Okay, I'll call them together then. Rezoning case Z78 of 2021, St. Benedict's Episcopal School.
Excuse me, John, let's go ahead and take a 5-minute break. I'm
Okay.
sorry. Take a 5-minute break. We'll come back at 10:36, please. Thank you. Thank you, and welcome back to our Board of Commissioners zoning hearing this December 21st. I'm going to turn things over to John as we have a slight change to our agenda.
Yes, and thank you, Madam Chair. It's my understanding that the one case we were trying to put on consent this morning, Z84 St. Burke, they've resolved their issue. So if it's okay with the board, we're going to put these two cases we just called, well, actually, we didn't call them yet. I just started
I
talking.
thought you did.
now.
Okay, no worries.
All right.
Thank you. So,
So I'm going to go call this case, and the zone here, we're going to have Commissioner Gamber add some conditions and put it back on consent.
perfect.
All right, rezoning case Z84, St. Burke, request a rezoning from PRD to R20 for a single-family subdivision in land lot 265 of the 20th District. The property is located on the south side of Fords Road, west of Red Rock Road. The applicant is here. Is there anyone here opposed to rezoning case Z84? Let the record show there's no one opposed. Back to Commissioner Gamble.
Thank you, John. So I'd like to make a motion to have Z84 considered for consent.
All right. I'll second that motion to add it back to consent. Are there any questions or discussion?
And just for clarification for the clerk, we are going to take the motion that was made by the planning commissioner, the recommendations, and then I would also like to add that the district commissioner to approve the final grading application. And that would be an add to what was already approved by the planning commission recommendations.
All right. And all staff comments and recommendations?
Yeah, that was part of the planning commission recommendation.
Very good. Thank you, Commissioner. All right, we have a motion, a second. Is there any additional discussion to add this back to consent? All right, call the question. The motion carries 5-0. Thank you.
Thank you.
If we're adding it back to consent, I think we probably need to then vote on the consent motion as revised with this
All
additional
right.
case then on it.
Thank you, boy, Attorney Rowland, having a brief mind lapse. Maybe it's the holidays. All right, so I move that we approve the consent agenda as revised in consideration of Z84. Is there a second?
Second.
All right, any further discussion? Call the question. The motion passes 5-0. Thank you, Commissioner Gambrill.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next case is our rezoning case Z78 of 2021, St. Benedict's Episcopal School. Request rezoning from O&I and R20 to O&I for a school in land lot 695 of the 17th District. The property is located on the east and north side of Daniel Street, on the west side of Cooper Lake Road. And that's with its companion special land use permit case, special land use permit number 11 of 2021, St. Benedict's Episcopal School, requests a special land use permit for a school in land lot 695 of the 17th District. Property is located on the east and north side of Dan Street and on the west side of Cooper Lake Road. The applicant is here. Is there anyone here opposed to rezoning case Z78 and/or SLUP 11? So we have five. Okay. Let the record show there's 5 people here in opposition. All those wishing to address the board, please come forward to be sworn in.
Mr. Peterson, can you also ask for if there are any in support?
Oh, sure. I get a show of people here who are in support of rezoning case Z78 and SLUP 11. Please stand up. 4, okay. Let the record show there's 4 here in support. And again, anyone who wants to address the board, please come forward to be sworn in.
All right, Kevin, you're free to begin.
Thank you. Great. Good morning, Madam Chair and Commissioners. I'm Kevin Moore here on behalf of St. Benedict's Episcopal School in this application for rezoning and special land use permit. We appreciate you hearing those two applications together since it really deals with only one project. This property is just over 4.2 acres located at the intersections of Cooper Lake, Daniel, and Daniel Street, as just off and just east of, or just west of, the Atlanta Road and Daniel Street intersection. You can see this on your screen now to kind of give you what I'm talking about, because there's a number of different roads and that you'll hear reference to as we go through this, but it just helps to know you're dealing with primarily here Daniel Street, Cooper Lake Road, and then that intersection with the Atlanta Road at this location. You can see the property is zoned office institutional. It has certain stipulations that limit its use under the zoning to the office and institutional use, as well as a sliver of R20. What we were proposing is rezoning to have the entire property zoned to one category, that being office institutional, for St. Benedict's to have and relocate, and I think that's an important term for consideration by you today, is relocate its middle school to this property. If you kind of pull out from where this is from in terms of its overall aerial, St. Benedict's Episcopal School, if you're not familiar, has originated roughly 12 to 15 years ago. And you can see where it's zoned O&I to the south of this piece along Atlanta Road. And that's where its main campus is located. To give you a sense of it, the main campus is zoned and approved for up to 380 students. The middle school, which is located on the south end of that tract, is, and what's referred to as the South Campus, is zoned and approved for up to 200. So it's a 200 maximum of students for the middle school. Then they have an additional Danco building, was what it's referenced, that is also a maximum of 52 students. So that's what's approved today at this same basic location where we're providing, or we're proposing the relocation of the middle school. So what they're proposing to do is to relocate the 200 student, the 200 max that is located on what's called the South Campus, and build a new building in middle school for 5th through 8th graders here on the 4.2 acres. That's what this proposal is really about, as far as relocating that, and they'll be able to spread out their student population through those other existing buildings as well, though they won't be increasing the maximums other than what we'll discuss as it relates to the middle school ages 5 through 8. St. Benedict's has a very specific mission in terms of how they operate their school based on faith and education. It's very directed, it's very intentional. They do not have goals of a high school, they have goals of educating preschool through 8th grade, and that's what their mission is all about. And they've been very public with that. And they're highly involved with this immediate community. Much of the community in the immediate surrounding area has adopted St. Benedict's as their community school, as you would any other school located down the street from where you may live. It is heavily invested in the community. The headmaster for the school, Brian Sullivan, is somebody that everybody recognizes in the local community and knows. He reaches out, he meets. He's always available to answer questions, and I think that you'll see that if you've had any or received any communication, it always begins to speak with, we like St. Benedict's, we like Brian Sullivan, what he brings to the table in terms of his communications, even though you may have opposition to what we're proposing here. The application, we can turn to the site plan now, has gone through a little bit of a history as we've worked primarily on traffic. That's been the main primary issue that we've been working with, is traffic as it results from that carpool activity. As you know, carpool activity, though, is limited here. It's limited to approximately 30 minutes to an hour in the morning, 30 minutes or so in the hour to an hour in the afternoon. It's really 30 minutes is how long it takes for carpool to move in and out for this proposed middle school. And that's in both the morning and the afternoon time. That's when the traffic impact is. So it's addressing a very specific event, carpool. How do we address that? How do we move that so that residents in the area and existing traffic and residents in the area aren't negatively impacted? One of the benefits we have here is that the school is already doing this on a daily basis today. And that is, they're having carpool in the morning and carpool in the afternoon that's just along these exact same streets today. Now, that activity that we're talking about in this proposal is bringing that to this 4.2 acre tract for the middle school, which is just south of here today. But we're not introducing a middle school grades 5 through 8 to an area that doesn't have it today. It's got it today. It's relocating it, and we're going to have very special conditions that we have aimed and delivered based on a specific traffic study to produce that so that we know that we can mitigate any adverse traffic impacts. So let me go through that site plan, which will also include my description of the changes. Thanks. Here's the proposed site plan. Again, just to give you some orientation, this is Cooper Lake Road here. This is Daniel Street here that extends down the side of this project and along the south side. Daniel Street then connects to Atlanta Road, which is right here. Just off of the page. This is a four-way stop in the critical traffic component in terms of how we deal with that. Our proposal now is for a middle school. It's a 30,000 square foot overall building. Initially, we had a 50,000 square foot building and plan that involved much more to the property than simply a middle school building. We had also requested in our initial application that the maximum number of students be increased to 350 from the current 200. Once we did have all of the studies and the traffic studies, what we realized is that we needed to come down, that in order to make sure that we can ensure that traffic mitigation could occur, we reduced that maximum cap down to 240. So now the request is simply to increase the maximum middle school enrollment from 200 to 240 as opposed to 350. So a very significant change in that, as well as a significant change in the overall plan for this proposed middle school location. That was likewise driven again by the realities of the traffic situation here. Any future phases are not being considered right now, okay? We did have future phases, but that's not something that we can do at this point in time. There's traffic constraints, road constraints, and property constraints that are present today that prohibit future phases. If those circumstances change in the future and St. Benedict's would want to seek to add to this property here, they would have to come back through this process, and they're very understand that fully. But I want to also explain that dynamic. This was an intentional reduction in the overall scope and size of the project because we did the studies, and those studies directed us to this answer for that reduction, and that's why that occurred. Now, specifically about the traffic impact, it occurs around this four-way stop here, and the short distance between this intersection here and Atlanta Road, which is here. There is no signal on Atlanta Road. So cars exiting Daniel Street onto Atlanta Road, it's a full access, either turning left or right, have to wait. And so what can happen is you can get some backup along this area here. And if you're adding traffic to this stop sign and intersection that is again pulling back out onto this Daniel Street and Atlanta Street access, if you add more traffic to that turning or to that area here, you quickly back up through the intersection and create gridlock. So what we've looked at very specifically with our traffic engineer, professional traffic engineer, Mr. Abdul Amir from A&R Engineering, is how do we manage that so we do not create gridlock. The key for us is to create an additional lane leaving our campus. So to give you some insight, our carpool plan involves cars entering on Cooper Lake Road. We have a left-hand turn lane for additional stacking, and they pull through and drop off and then exit back out on this lower entrance. The exit is key. What we are going to do is create an additional lane at this intersection where you have the four-way stop sign. We will physically channel all exiting cars from carpool or events will be unable to take a left at this stop sign. They will only be able to travel south on Cooper Lake Road. We can force that and physically channel that turning movement. We do it today at our other carpool locations that St. Benedict's has. And that's key. The key is that we do not want to add left-turning traffic and put additional cars into this leg going out to Atlanta Road. We will force all cars to go south on Cooper Lake Road, and then they can make their way around and out to South Cobb Road and other areas by doing that.
Thank you. I'm sorry, your time is run.
With that change, we've mitigated the traffic impact. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, those in opposition, you'll have an extra 10 seconds added to your time. Just be mindful of multiple persons in opposition.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members of the board, Brian Dodrell on behalf of Kensington Green Homeowners Association and the 25 or so homeowners who've joined us in our opposition, whose names are listed on our statement of opposition, which was revised on December 15th and filed with the board. You've heard Kevin talk about that this is a relocation of the school. What he isn't telling you and what he hasn't said and hasn't volunteered is they are going to, he did say, spread out through the rest of the school, but there are plans to increase their enrollment at their other campuses on Cooper Lake Road and add this 240 students north of the intersection with Daniel and Atlanta Road. And that's critical because the existing traffic patterns out there and patterns that have been in place since 2018, which was the last time the school came before this board and asked about it, are that the Daniel Road, Atlanta Road intersection is failing. It is failing now. And when this matter came before the Planning Commission, they talked about the fact that the carpool lines are only about 20% of the school population. Their own traffic study, their own traffic numbers indicate that's not true. They have a current enrollment of about 180 students in middle school, and their traffic study indicated in the morning that they generate 132 vehicle trips in, 118 vehicle trips out. That is 250 vehicle trips in the morning, not 20% of the population. Then the afternoon, it's a similar number. That's at 180 students. If they increase that number to 240, as they've requested, their numbers go from approximately 250 vehicle trips in the morning and the afternoon to over 300 vehicle trips in the morning and afternoon. This is something that you are specifically authorized by statute to consider. Section 134, 124 of the Cobb County Code authorizes y'all to consider the use and usability that this impacts on adjacent property, the development in the area, existing development, and whether or not this is suitable. One of the critical pieces that we've heard that the comprehensive plan, y'all don't perceive it to be an enforceable document. It's a consideration. But 134, 124 specifically makes it a criteria to consider. And the comprehensive plan calls for this to be medium density residential. And that's important because this board previously has said that it wants it at the lower end of that medium density residential. So approximately 12 residential units on the property. 12 units of residential on that property would generate less than 100 vehicle trips a day. So what they're proposing is not consistent with the comprehensive plan and is going to result in a 600% increase. 600% increase over the vehicle that the comprehensive plan calls for. The comprehensive plan calls for residential, which, as you've heard, is a 35% max impervious surface. Their proposal is a 55% impervious surface, and the county has already recognized that 2/3 of that site drains to Kensington Green. They're going to have to put in some kind of drainage system, and they're going to utilize the creek that flows by Kensington Green, but they're not dealing with the fact that that additional amount of water is now going to flow over my clients. This is way too much for a site that is not even big enough to do what they're asking for. They have to get a variance because it's almost 20% smaller than what the code calls for to get a special use permit for the school. We think there's more than ample reason to simply deny this outright. It's not compatible with what's around it. It's not compatible with the comprehensive plan. It's going in on intersections that are already failing before you put 600 new vehicle trips in, and it is going to affect the use and usability of the surrounding properties. Now, they talk about they're going to create straight through at Daniel and Cooper Lake so that there's no left turns onto Daniel Lake to Atlanta Road. They're failing to acknowledge that Paces Walk is 19 residential units, and the daycare center that's past them further up Cooper Lake has 100 current students, but is eligible for 196 students. All of that traffic is similarly going to be coming through this intersection, and you're not going to be able to regulate this car or that car. You can turn, you can't. They talked about putting a police officer out there full time, and if that is a solution into perpetuity, that's not a viable solution. And what happens when this doesn't work and the people of Kensington Green can't get out? We would ask, if you don't deny this outright, that you table this and that you have the school come back and meet with the association. Reverend Sullivan met yesterday morning, agreed that there were a list of stipulations that did not yet include what he agreed that the Planning Commission recommended. He recommended a neighborhood advisory group, a no parking restriction anywhere on Daniel Street, any easements that are required along Daniel be entirely on the school's property and not imposed on anybody else. We had a condition that there be no lights or no lights directed outward and they turn off by a certain time at night. We would suggest that a condition that would be viable, because they're trying to put something in that doesn't fit, is a sunset provision on the special use permit, so that we get to come back and evaluate in 3 years whether or not they've actually been the good neighbors that they say they're going to be. The school, nobody says anything negative about the church or the school, but they're talking about imposing something on the site that is dramatically more than what should be there, and there ought to be some kind of check valve to come back, because otherwise they're there, and what are you going to do about it? One of the conditions that originally was said was that they would do any future phases by OB. Kevin has said today that they understand it would have to come back through the full zoning process. We support that as a stipulation, but that hasn't been written into their stipulation, so it would have to be a condition that was imposed. All of this, you're trying to approve something on the fly that has been changed at every meeting. It was changed the morning of the Planning Commission. Documents were filed, not supplied to the neighborhood, no information provided to the neighborhood, and the staff came up and was trying to review documents that had been handed in the last 20 minutes before Planning Commission. Y'all have had revisions last week on stuff. Once again, not submitted to the neighborhood, we had to obtain copies from the county Friday to see what was filed. All of this is on the fly, and for something this big and this important in a neighborhood that is on local streets. These aren't connectors, they aren't thoroughfares, it's a local street. Daniel is only about 16 or 18 feet of width. These are tiny streets, and if you're going to put something that's this dissimilar, this inconsistent with the comprehensive plan, you ought to do it by way of a set of stipulations that have been worked through very carefully, maps and site plans that you understand exactly what you're getting, and a traffic study that actually reflects what's been done there. For that reason, like I said, our request would be that you deny it. But if you don't deny it, table this until February, give the school and their traffic engineer and everybody else a chance to get one set of plans that we can say conditioned on this site plan based on this traffic information. We don't have that. We don't have the comfort that that would give, and that leaves my homeowners terrified of where they're not, what are they going to do when they can't get out of their subdivision because the school consumes that intersection? Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any additional speakers in opposition? We have a balance of 2 minutes left. Okay, seeing no more speakers, we'll go ahead and call the hearing closed, and I'll turn things over to you, Commissioner Richardson.
Thank you. All right. Let's look at a few. I think there are a few questions that I have, and then certainly we'll be bringing in staff and the applicant and members of the community as well. But for this first question, applicant. Thank you. I think there's been some confusion on my part as well on what exactly the total student body numbers are. What are we looking at across all of the campuses, and what are we looking at specifically adding 42? Is it 40 to the overall max, or is it 40 to the middle school with a change in the ratio of the total campus?
Sure. Look, I'll give you those numbers, and then we can clarify however you'd like to. And it's because it evolved over a number of years for St. Benedict's and what their maximum enrollment. From a zoning standpoint, you're approved with a maximum of up to this many students versus how many students do you have. So to use it in large numbers, the maximum enrollment for St. Benedict's allowed per their zoning approvals is 632 for all grades. So let's just talk about it in terms of all grades, 632. Their existing enrollment today is 556 for all grades. this proposal involves, though, is the middle school grades. That's grades 5 through 8. That middle school is located on what they call the South Campus, so it's on the further end of the overall St. Benedict's campus. And when it was approved for a maximum of 200 students. So we are proposing that this new relocated middle school location be approved for a maximum of 240 students, so an increase of 40 students for that, which would increase the overall total by the same 40 students, though right now the middle school has 180 students currently enrolled. So it just gives you those numbers so for comparison purposes. And by spread out, what we're talking about is taking the existing school population then, and that allows them to have more room, more different types of rooms that can be, the types of education rooms, the types of specialty rooms, it allows that to occur over more space. There's not any pending request or immediate future request to extend or expand, I should say expand the already approved maximum enrollment approved by zoning as is, other than the one we're bringing to you today.
Okay, so we're looking at a max enrollment request of 672 for all campuses.
For all campuses, it would be 672 total. That's correct.
Thank you. Testing my
Right.
understanding. All right. So on that, I would like to call Amy up with regards to the traffic study.
Sure, thank you.
Thank you. Oh, sorry. Yeah.
Yes. Thank you.
There's another question.
Commissioner
on the board,
Sheffield.
sorry.
Kevin, how many campuses in total are there?
Right now, we'll call it 3. It's one campus that's comprised of 3 parts. The main campus, the South Campus, and what's called Danco, which is because that was the name of the former building that it now occupies.
Okay.
And
And they're all in relation to this subject property?
Right. If you look at the screen or your monitor before you now, you'll see the property we're talking about today is highlighted in yellow.
Mm-hmm.
And then as he moves his cursor, the gray properties that you see below that are currently zoned O&I as well, that's St. Benedict's.
Okay, and that's what you're considering other campuses?
That's
Okay.
where we have the main campus, what's called Danco, which is a little to the left, and South Campus, that's correct, are those properties there.
Thanks. I just needed clarification
Sure,
on
that gives you the
location.
orientation.
Yeah, okay, thanks. That was my only.
Thank you, Commissioner Richards. Commissioner Gamble, go ahead.
Will there ever be a walking trail or something to connect the 2 campuses in the future?
There's sidewalk and that connects it. There's
So there is
existing
currently
sidewalk.
sidewalk?
Absolutely existing sidewalk, yes. And, yes,
All right. Looks like
Okay.
you're done for now.
thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry, we have one more question.
I'm sorry. The piece that's in front of us right now, can you bring that down a little bit? Yeah.
Yes.
This vacant piece that backs up to the O and I above that, that's not part of your property?
That's on Cooper Lake, that's just on the top side of our piece. It's the kind of a notch out, then you have another O&I track. That's correct. It's not part of this property.
Would that get you to the 5 acres?
It gets us a lot closer. But our position is because this is an existing campus that it's essentially connected to, the variance is more of an accommodation, abundance of caution, because this isn't a standalone school that we're coming to someplace for a 5 acre, minimum. This school, the middle school, fits in as part of their campus that they're connected to, so which is more than 5 acres total. So, but understanding that, but yes, if we could acquire that, yes, it would get us a lot closer. If not, it probably would exceed it at that point.
Have you thought about that or
Yes,
talked to the owners of that piece?
yes.
And I don't know what the O and I, what that business is or what
That's
that.
the daycare.
Okay. The other Daco and the South Campus, what is the total acreage of those two parcels? I know it's more than 5, I'm just asking.
If you just take those two, it's 3, plus the main campus is another 4, yes. Right, so you're looking at, the campus
7.
now is a total of around 7 to 8 acres.
Okay.
So that's why, from our perspective, we're adding 4.2 acres to a 7-acre campus.
Well, except you've got some other things in between.
It's
It's
a
not
county park.
adjoining, I mean, it's not totally adjacent. It's,
Sure.
you've got R15 and NS and
It's,
you've got other stuff.
the NS is part of the St. Benedict's property. And then you have the county park, which stretches there. So that's why I'm not making a legal, presentation here. I'm just saying from our position, that's why we think it's a little bit different consideration of that variance, because we have an existing 7-acre campus that this is just extending that. But we have included the variance request out of an abundance of caution. So we're recognizing both sides of that.
Okay.
Are there any additional questions for Mr. Moore? Commissioner Gambrill?
Yeah, thank you for your question.
Actually, I'm going to direct this to John Peterson. So we've already approved the variance from the required 5 acres when the original two parts of this was approved, correct?
Commissioner Gambrill, the picture that's on the screen right now with O&I, is that the part you're talking about?
Well, I'm getting a little confused, because if there's a requirement for 5 acres for a private school, but if I believe I heard Kevin correctly, this front part here was just over 3 acres. So when this portion was approved, wasn't the variance from the 5-acre requirement already approved with that?
Well, I believe when that one originally came in, it had a variance, a zoning, and a special land use permit to put the school there.
Okay. Thank you.
Are there any additional questions regarding acreage? Okay, Commissioner, back to you, Commissioner Richards.
All right. Amy? Thank you.
Amy Diaz, DOT.
So with the clarification on the numbers, did the traffic study contemplate the scenario of 672 total across this area, plus the impact by Paces Walk?
What the traffic study does is it takes the current enrollment of 180 at the campus that's moving. So any enrollment that's at the other facilities is considered part of the background traffic. It wasn't expressly counted one way or the other. So, but since those schools are in operation, it should have been included in the traffic counts. And then what the traffic study does is it takes 180 students, moves it to the new campus, so it reroutes the traffic on the roadway network, and then adds an additional 60 students. So.
Okay. Thank you. So what, from your analysis, what do you perceive to be the ongoing issues for impacting Kensington?
Well, first I want to bring up that we received the traffic study last Thursday, so it was after the deadline for submission. We have done a preliminary review, so we can answer what questions we can today. Our traffic operations department shares the neighborhood's concern about the fact that to make this operational, because of that short distance in those two congested intersections, that it requires a permanent use of a police officer. They're concerned about the turn restrictions on public roads, plus that need for personnel in perpetuity, and they disagree with some of the findings of the study. However, we haven't had a chance to circle back with the traffic engineer and talk through those issues. They want to bring in public safety and their experience with event planning to see if there's anything that can be done to make this work. There's been some other ideas kicked around about how to make it work. We want to try to make whatever gets approved work traffic-wise. But what we have right now, Traffic Ops has significant reservations about it and has not been able to complete their review.
Thank you.
I do want to bring up two more things about the traffic study / reservations. So one of the things that has been mentioned is that the traffic officer / geometric controls would make all the southbound movement on Cooper Lake go through the intersection, so they could no longer turn toward Atlanta Road. The traffic study assumes that they then take Cooper Lake all the way around, and they end up at the signal that's just north of this site. One of the concerns from traffic operations is that those people will actually turn at their first loop location, basically, and come up Weaver Street, which then will increase traffic on Weaver Street, which we know is an existing concern of the area. So that is a much shorter loop than going all the way around Cooper Lake to the signal to the north, because you can't even see it. You have to, see it keeps going around. No, up. Go to your left. Yeah. So you go there, and then you can turn up right north of there just before you get to South Cobb Drive and loop around. So it's a significant loop to do it that way. I know that license plate reader has been discussed as far as penalizing the people who do take illegal by this the directions of the school, basically to allow the school to penalize them, but it is a public road, so it's very difficult from a county perspective. The other concern is, and I don't know if you have GIS, do you have this?
I don't understand.
This shows the blue. All right, so I have a site plan that shows the cars in the queue. You had a figure earlier that said it's 42. That figure did not actually show the cars in this one right here. So 42 means that you have double stacked cars all the way from Cooper Lake to the drop-off point, which means that children will have to be crossing in front of other vehicles because it doesn't have a merge point. So that's something we don't normally recommend. But if you do it that way, it does get 42 vehicles on the site. You're talking about 240 students at the school. The rough rule of thumb is you need to have storage for about a third, at least. We like to see up to half of the students, because in the PM peak hour, people queue up early and they'll spill over into the roadway network. So they've talked about doing phased release, and if they do phased release, and then it might be able to be contained. If they don't do phased release, then it definitely is going to spill over. Mm-hmm. So I wanted to bring both of those things to your attention.
Thank you.
Commissioner Richardson, may I ask her about the second issue? Thank you. Amy?
Yeah, that one.
The second issue where you were contrasting cars that may turn on Weaver versus stay on Cooper Lake?
Correct.
Yes. Is there a map of that you can refer back to?
Do you want to go
Yes,
back
if somebody
to
can put that GIS
GIS,
map of
sure.
Weaver and Cooper Lake, please.
Yes. So basically, you're talking about the corner of Cooper Lake and Daniel, close to Atlanta Road. No, the other one. That one. So they have to go straight southbound through. So they're going down Cooper Lake past the Weaver Street intersection. The traffic study assumes that they will stay on Cooper Lake until they can loop back on the Cooper Lake large loop to the traffic signal on Atlanta Road. But Traffic Ops is concerned that they'll take this short loop and loop onto Weaver.
I see, yes.
Because people take the shortest route, most convenient route possible.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions for Amy?
Commissioner Gambrill?
So I know we've restricted rights, but have we ever restricted for only a left turn?
restricted.
I know we've done our cuts and essentially
Right.
in order to allow traffic to only turn right. But in this instance, have we ever done anything to restrict to only left? To me, it comes across as a safety concern, but just as a way to potentially keep them from going down Weaver Street.
Things have been kind of discussed. There's one thing you can do at an intersection like this, and it's called a diagonal diverter, where you basically shut down the roadway connection. And what that would do, if we installed one there, is basically Cooper Lake / Daniel Street would become a connection, and then Cooper Lake on the south part and Atlanta Road would become a connection. You could not cross between the two. But that's a significant change to traffic that's already in the area.
Yes.
But that would be the only way to really make that intersection safer with that short distance. So it has been discussed, but nothing's progressed past the idea stage.
I have a concern for residents who are already there and how all of this impacts their ability to get in and out of their homes by the school. If we make those type of structural changes.
Yes.
It's not just an impediment to the parents dropping off their children, it's an impediment
Yes.
to others.
And one of the things about this is a lot of those students already exist, as has been pointed out. 180 students are already in that area. But this relocation pushes them closer to this congested area. Where they are currently is further away from Atlanta Road, and that makes it less impactful than moving it this close.
Commissioner Sheffield?
This might be a question for the opposition, but can you point out where Kensington Green is on this map, if you can, if not?
Yeah, it's basically by the traffic
That's
island.
the subdivision,
Yeah.
the Kensington, okay.
Yeah, they have a connection, the school has a connection to that intersection, but it is for emergency only, because bringing in a fourth leg with that odd island, we would have had to put a formal roundabout there to make it a full access, and they didn't want to pursue that, and Kingston Green didn't want to pursue that. So there is an access there, but only emergency.
On that emergency access point, by the way, and I don't know if John can answer this or if someone from fire can, but it was also noted by opposition that there are sprinklers at the schools. So would the requirement for a secondary access point be necessary, or the emergency access point be necessary?
That would be a question for public safety.
Okay. Is someone, or I can hold that question.
Yeah.
Is anyone from public?
Usually they're here, but I don't believe they're here today.
Commissioner Richardson, just an observation, considering that DOT did not get the engineering study until Thursday, it's very difficult to be supportive. I mean, I'm trying to be balanced between the interests of the community and the school, but it's very limited when you get that kind of significant information so late.
Right, and I will get to more of my, where I'm leaning, but I did want to make sure there was the information available for everyone, including, because we do have members of the community here.
Okay.
Yeah, the Chapter D access that has been a big implementation for public safety for the second access, that's actually a residential code. So I don't know that
It even matters.
that matters for this.
Okay.
Yeah, so I assume with a school, they want to, have as much safety redundancy as possible.
Thank you. All right. So yeah, the other, I just want to bring applicant up again one more time, just to clarify on what that traffic mitigation proposal is, so that we're all clear going into that understanding.
Yeah, I think it helps as well, and I'll give you a couple pieces of information. This is Mr. Abdul Amir, our traffic engineer, but it also helps to conceptualize you're dealing with a local private school with a very limited number. The people that run the school, Mr. Brian Sullivan, others, they know all the parents, they know what the cars look like. They all got stickers on them that say St. Benedict's, that they're provided. And so a lot of the traffic control that I think traffic operations has concerns about that you heard from Ms. Diaz is because they're thinking of it not in the context of what's happening today. Today, if you went out there last week when school was in session, they have people directing traffic and directing their carpool and directing those parents how to get in and out and making sure they're not disrupting the local road network. In fact, the concern about that Weaver Street, that the parents would come through and then cut back up through Weaver Street and then go right back to the intersection we're trying to prevent. Well, that south campus where the middle school is today, we don't let them go up Weaver Street today. The parents are informed and told, do not go back up Weaver Street. We've made a commitment. That's today without anything. If a parent is seen doing that, which they are, they're called out. Mr. Sullivan calls them on the phone and says, hey, do not do that. We've promised the county as part of our being in this community, we don't do that. So that's why the traffic study doesn't show people cutting back through, is because the school itself prevents that from happening through their own enforcement procedures and processes. Because you're only 600 kids over all of these grades. It's a very, very, everybody knows everyone. This isn't 3,500 students type of situation where you don't have that real intimate and local control. Be that as it may, I wanted to put that and just contextualize that, regardless of how this moves forward or not or what, but just to contextualize that for everybody's sake is how it actually operates. As far as questions on the operation of the traffic mitigation, if I could I have Mr. Amir speak to that as the traffic engineer in his study, so I'm not playing one on TV, I'm just letting the actual engineer speak to answer that. Thank you.
Thank you. Abdul Amir with A&R Engineering. To address that a little bit further, but before I do that, one thing I wanted to clarify, I think you probably, it wasn't very clear. We engineers aren't very good in communicating our conclusions and information in a technical report. But simply put, what I wanted to make sure you heard is that there will be a significant positive impact because of this relocation of the school, although there is an increase of 40 students. How come? A significant portion of the students from the current school campus goes through this mess. Sorry, I call it a mess, but it is bad, the two closely spaced intersections. They go through that to get out of there to Atlanta Road. What our redirecting is proposing to do is to take away all of those existing cars. I mean, all of the current 180 cars, whatever portion of it is going through these two intersections, we are taking them out and sending them down south towards, away from those two intersections, so they won't get out on Atlanta Road there. So we're not only increasing, we're increasing traffic for entering by 40 cars, but for leaving, exiting, we're sending them in totally different direction from where the problem is. So that's one point I wanted to make sure I clarified. I believe that will be significant improvement to this situation. We're increasing 40 in entering, but we're eliminating the complete 180 cars, or a significant portion of it that goes in this direction today. Second, we do this all the time. The details of how do we, when we add a lane in the existing direction from the proposed drive and Cooper Lake Road, how do we build that extra lane? How do we force all of them to go down south? There are multiple ways to do that, and we do that all the time as part of plan review, is to let Cobb County DOT staff, operations staff, review our proposals, modify them, but that's not something that's not doable. It's just a matter of how do we take care of it. As far as concern for cut-through traffic of folks turning right on Beaver Road, going back in the neighborhood, if I were them, I would not go there to turn back into this mess. It'll be a whole lot longer. I would rather go to the signal. So cut-through traffic is often, is it attractive? Is it quicker? I don't think it'll be quicker for them to come back into this mess. So that's one aspect of it. Second aspect of it is that the school will control that corner existing campus, continue to control that. So it's not very difficult for me to conceive an idea of some cameras there with license plate readers where we can monitor. We can have all our students, all parents register their cars and license plates, and if we identify a pattern of any cut-through traffic, we can, as school, put together a stipulation that we can then notify those parents and penalize them and document that. So I think there are ways to solve the concerns that are that have not been completely reviewed as part of plan review. I think what they're proposing and us really penalizing ourselves to restrict where we can go helps a bad situation. So I feel like there is enough information here for you to make a decision today and allow us to continue to resolve any details of how to implement it as part of plan review. Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right. Before I bring up Carl for stormwater, do you all have additional questions for any of the current speakers?
I just have some comments regarding the traffic conversation we just had. I find it very interesting that he kept referring to it as a mess, which, as the chair had stated, you know, more time probably needs to be had to address this. I would also encourage us to find out from our Public Safety Police Department if the use of license plate readers to determine potential, you know, if their students are misusing, is even a legal use of license plate readers. I question that.
Along that note, Commissioner, I would just ask that we can continue to hear this, but I think, listening to Commissioner Gamble, it just makes sense that we just hold it at this point.
Yeah, like I said, we have members of the community here that had certain things that were called out, and I wanted to make sure we gave ample time to hear each of those aspects, especially for us as well.
Since they are at 180 at the middle school now, at the other location, is there any way they could phase in the up to 240 max over like 20 a year for 3 years up to a total of 240? Right, and to see how the traffic pattern goes with the 20 additional and then 40 additional and then 60 total. Just a suggestion for the applicant, if they can look at that.
Thank you. All right. The last thing that was brought up was stormwater. And certainly opposition can check me on that. I think I'm covering the pieces for you.
Carl
but-
Corver, Cobb County Stormwater.
Thank you, Carl. So wanted to just contextualize that this is, of course, a difference if this rezoning were to go through. It's an increase in permissible impervious. What has been contemplated with regards to this property? And I understand there's some history as well.
When it was in for rezoning a couple of years ago, we added a stipulation that they would have to pipe or improve the drainage swell. There is no infrastructure in Daniel Street, so they would have to pipe it down to the stream that passes under Daniel Street. So we continued that same stipulation with this rezoning.
Okay. Thank you. Anyone have any?
Yeah,
additional?
if I heard you state, are they going to be building beyond the impervious surface that's permitted?
No, it's just with the rezoning, it would be a change.
It would be a change, okay.
That's it?
Yes, unless anyone else has any other things they would like. Okay, thank you. All right. That's going to conclude all of my questions for us. I do appreciate the amount of communication that has occurred thus far with regard between the applicant and the community, and I look forward to additional communication to continue. So with that, I would like to request us to hold this until the February hearing, where the presentation would include an analysis on the impact of the traffic, but also a full traffic mitigation plan, knowing what some of these issues are, and for at least another conversation to take place after those analyses with Kensington Green, certainly, but additional members of the community that would be interested in attending that as well. Are there other Yes, add the SLEP as well. Thank you, Commissioner. SLEP 11 to be added to that, or can I not do it?
It's preferable if you do it in separate motions, same intention, separate motions.
Okay, thank you. With regards to this, this particular one, I would also like to see at least the consideration of what a phased approach to a 240 could look like, if that's even something that is permissible, and were there any other things based upon what you all have heard today that you would like to see in the follow-up?
Just the traffic.
Commissioner Sheffield, please.
Just the traffic study for me, which you've already addressed and acknowledged.
Fantastic.
Yeah, I thought the presentation from the community was quite robust with some of the things they wanted to see, so just consideration of those issues. St. Benedict is a school that continues to come before the board, and so I think the request for there to be some type of neighborhood advisory group was something that I think could help to provide a platform to have a lot of these issues addressed and build some bridges perhaps where those can be built and strengthened where it can be strengthened.
To that point, yes, there are a list of stipulations that were not included in the STIP letter that were read out during the Planning Commission, and to make sure that that's a part of the next presentation so that I wouldn't have to read out the same questions on that. Anything else? Fantastic. Well, that, and so do I ask them to come up?
So you had a motion?
Yes.
We have to second the motion?
Second.
Is there further discussion on the motion that was presented?
And that was for Z78, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, then, the motion is to hold it. All right, we'll go ahead and call the question unless there's further discussion. I thought I heard some discussion. We're good? All right, we'll call the question. The motion passes 5-0. Next up, we have the accompanying SLUP.
Motion to hold SLEP 11, 2021 as well, with same recommendations.
Second.
Is there any further discussion? We'll call the question. The motion passes 5-0. Thank you, Commissioner.
Okay, next case is rezoning case Z82, CM Holding Company, LLC. Request rezoning from CRC and LRO
you're
to
right.
CR.
I'm sorry. Excuse me. Sorry. We had an accompanying SLUP for that past case that we voted to hold. There was a question of whether or not we had to hear that, or were we hearing it simultaneously as we heard?
At the beginning of the hearing, we asked the board to consider both of them at the same time, so the hearing was for both of those. Yes.
Thank you for clarifying,
Okay.
Bill. Okay. Sorry, John.
Thank you. Rezoning case Z82, CM Holding Company, LLC. Request a rezoning from CRC and LRO to CRC for restaurants and light auto repair, and then lot 58 of the 17th District. The property is located on the south side of Windy Hill Road and on the west side of Arcos Drive. The applicant is present. Is there anyone here opposed to rezoning case Z82? Two? All right, let the record show there's two people here opposed. All those wishing to address the board, please come forward to be sworn in.
Good morning. For the record, my name is Park Suffolk, the law firm of Sam's.
Just you, man, who wants to be sworn. Raise your right hand. You swear the testimony you give before the board on this matter will be the truth.
Again, good morning. For the record, my name is Park Suffolk, the law firm of Sam's Locken and Huff, and I represent the applicant in relation to this rezoning application before you. To begin with, I want to give you the location of the property and some of the features that should drive your consideration of the rezoning. This is a piece of property that is located, it's a little over 3 acres. It's located on Windy Hill Road, just west, or excuse me, I always mess that up, just east of Austell Road. And it's on the south side of Windy Hill Road. One of the most central features about this property is this was zoned in 2004 for a different use, but at that time there was no Windy Hill extension that connected Macklin Road to Windy Hill. So that when you look at this road structure right here, the road ended as you went west. So that's a huge factor to consider here. This is now an arterial connection from Paulding County through West Cobb all the way into 75. So that's a significant change and significant part of your consideration. Also want to, just so you visually understand with the location of the property, one of the features that you'll recognize is the new Racetrack Convenience Store, which is on the north side of Windy Hill Road. It is very situated very similar to our property in that it has a back driveway to Arcos Drive, which is one of the questions here. That was installed a couple years ago and has functioned as it should, as a way to connect roads, and it gets to a median break that is located at Windy Hill Road in Arcos. And so that's another feature that's important to understand is there's a median that goes from Austell Road to Arcos, and that's the median break, and that's very, very important on this property. Go to the next, I've got the clicker here. This is the land use plan. Obviously, the first thing you always look at is what's a land use plan call for the property. And this is a neighborhood activity center that encompasses the entirety of the property, which anticipates the type of uses that we're proposing here. And one of the obviously driving factors why your staff recommends approval of the application. Looking at the zoning on the property, it's currently zoned CRC with a small LRO strip, and actually the previous zoning, which was for a totally separate use, I'll get into that in a second, had no access on Arcos Drive. What we're doing is an NRC rezoning for the entirety and having access to Arcos, which is consistent with DOT recommendations, and Ms. Diaz did a great job at the Plan Commission explaining why that is an important part of this in terms of larger traffic considerations. This is properties owned by a guy named Mike Barlev, and we've actually represented him for over 20 years on this property, and on the property, he actually owned the property that now has a racetrack. And he has been trying to sell this property and use it for many, many years. In 2004, he came forward with this rezoning for this to be a car repair, used car lot, large parking mass, and that's what was zoned in 2004 with that CRC zoning. Obviously, that has not been embraced by the market. No one has acquired it for that use. So what we are proposing is a couple of different things. This is showing the site plan, and on the left-hand side, you'll see Austell Road. You see the auto parts store that's developed right there, and then just south of the auto parts store recently was rezoned for auto repair in that field-looking area that's just to the south of that auto parts store. And then as you go eastward on Windy Hill Road, we've got showing here Dunkin' Donuts would be the first one, and that's truly the tenant that's driving the development of this property. And that's important because it does a couple things that has not been provided in this location. One is it's going to provide a use that is needed by the traveling public. That traffic count on Windy Hill Road went from 24 to 31,000 cars a day. Austell Road has 30-something thousand cars a day. You need uses that are serving the people that drive on those routes and use these arterial roads. But it also provides a use that is usable by the community that surrounds this. And that's one thing that has been missing in this area is that they don't have any restaurants. I mean, this is a major interchange, Austell and Windy Hill Road, and they don't have any restaurants or anything there that's really for them and usable by them. So then we've got another restaurant space identified there. And then the third use that is identified on this site plan is an auto lube establishment that is the furthest east. And then we have a detention pond that is naturally located adjacent to Arcos Drive there, and then we have our driveway access onto Arcos. A lot of discussion at the Planning Commission meeting about this driveway access, and the opposition here, and I certainly understand their concerns about this, are largely concerned about that access point. The Planning Commissioner did a good job questioning Ms. Diaz about, does this make sense from a traffic standpoint? And Ms. Diaz's position in the report and at that hearing was, in fact, that you put your traffic that can access a median break. One of the things that may not be immediately relatable is that if you're driving on Windy Hill Road and you go past where you want to go, you'll come to the next intersection and you would assume that you would have interparcel access. And that, so you would turn down this road trying to get to it, and then you couldn't get to it if you did not have that access point. So now you've got people trying to turn around, trying to figure out how to get to places. It causes confusion. One of the things, Madam Cupid, you mentioned the code rewrite coming up. One of the things I hope that's addressed is really emphasizing interparcel access. There's nothing more frustrating than going on Barrett Parkway and two commercial businesses, and you can't get from one to the other. And so this is part of being able to have that connectivity. The other important feature of this is that driveway is pushed further back, is de-emphasized. It's not the main access point. The other people that will very much use this driveway is all the residents that live in that community that's further south of this can now get to these businesses without getting on Windy Hill Road. So there's always a pluses and minuses with pretty much everything. So yes, there is an additional traffic on Arcos. That is a negative. I certainly understand the concern, but the plus is the larger goal of having interconnectivity, putting people getting access to median breaks, and also allowing the community to be able to come in and access something without having to get on the main arterial roads. That reduces stress on those roads and reduces stresses on those intersections. The racetrack is a great example on the other side. It has the same configuration, and that back driveway is more of a reliever, kind of a secondary. It's not the main access, but it's an important access point, and it provides people some alternative routes in and out. So that's very important to us. A couple things that have come up since the Planning Commission meeting. We've heard some concerns about the light automotive repair that the auto lube establishment falls under. And to be frank with you, that is well handled by some of the other uses at this intersection with auto parts store and the repair place that's been approved there. And we have discussed it amongst ourselves, and we're agreeable to not having light automotive repair in here. That was another concern of the neighbors, and I certainly understand that. As an auto lube place, it would have been relatively quiet as auto repair, but their concern is, would it morph into brakes and tires and things like that with impact wrenches? And so that's one thing that we would be agreeable to do. One of the other questions that they had to do with the improvements on Arcos Drive. We obviously will be making improvements on Arcos Drive on our side of the road. We'll be doing sidewalks there. We're amenable to, subject to the right-of-way and utility conflicts that we can't control on the other side. Was suggested that maybe we can do some improvements on the other side of Arcos so pedestrians get there, and we'll be glad to do that. Subject to those limitations, we can obviously control all those issues on our side. Can't do it as much as we can on the other side. But to recap, this is a plan and a zoning that has followed your comprehensive plan in terms of what you expect to have in this area, uses that are used by the community as a whole and used by the people who drive these routes. It is consistent with your land use plan. Your staff has recommended approval. The Planning Commission, after their hearing and understood the complaints and concerns from the neighbors, recommended approval of this application, and we ask that you follow your Planning Commission, your staff recommendation, and approve this request. I am here to answer any questions you have. Mr. Morrissey, with my client, can also answer any development-related issues that I cannot. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. With that, we'll hear from opposition.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Lisa Egan. I've been a Cobb County resident for 27 years. I was born and raised in Iowa, but have matured in Georgia, and I'm proud to call it my home. I'm grateful for the opportunity to speak at this public meeting and hope that in some way my words and wishes will impact your final decision. As I stated in the letter I emailed to all of you, I am strongly opposed to the zoning application Z82-2021. I've owned my home at 2421 Arcos Drive for 12 years. When I moved in, there were 4 to 5 houses on the lot we're discussing today, all housing small families and blue-collar workers. They maintained their homes and yards well, sent their kids to school, worked, and primarily kept to themselves, just like a majority of our neighbors. A few years later, the land was sold and the house is torn down. The lot has sat vacant with overgrown foliage and is oftentimes used as a dumping ground for trash and yard waste. Therefore, I do understand and recognize the need for development, but it should be a well-thought-out strategic plan with the needs of our immediate community coming first. My primary concern is a safety threat that increased traffic will bring, especially at the intersection of Arcos Drive and Windy Hill. Commercial traffic and people already using the neighborhood as a cut-through is a major nuisance. The concrete median on Windy Hill that starts at the intersection of Arcos Drive was placed there for a reason, traffic flow safety. This isn't always effective, as there are frequent car accidents, especially when the median starts at the Arcos Drive intersection. Additionally, the current flex turn lane on Windy Hill between Arcos Drive and Brackett Street often jams up, causing issues turning left out of Arcos Drive from both sides of Windy Hill. I'd like to emphasize that the proposed plan for an additional driveway coming out onto Arcos Drive directly across from my driveway does not bring any valuable benefit to our community. It too will increase the traffic flow in and out of a residential street, a street that is not made to carry such a high volume of traffic. There are absolutely no sidewalks in the neighborhood, and the street lighting is inadequate. This is unacceptable. I believe we can do better. The Austell Road corridor at Windy Hill and Macklin Road location has the potential to be an asset to the immediate community and the county. We're so very grateful for the SPLOST funding that helped renovate Osborne High School and build the Cobb Innovation and Technology Academy. Can we not build on this success and improvement? Adding redundant businesses with unrestricted operating hours, along with their associated traffic, just does not make sense. Suggested options for this specific intersection have been a YMCA, recreation center, community center, library, tutoring facilities, co-working spaces, possibly relocating Milford Elementary School, and relocation of some nearby daycares that have bail bondsmen as neighbors. Something to foster a sense of community and identity, not two fast food style businesses with their quick vehicle traffic, noises, and odors. Again, we can do better. Our community deserves better. I urge you to recommend denial of this application and move forward with carefully thought out planning for this area. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing that she was the only speaker in opposition, I'll turn things over to you, Commissioner Sheffield.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. And Ms. Egan, once you're done signing in, if you wouldn't mind returning, I just have one quick question for you.
Yes.
Thank you for joining us today and sending your emails.
Thank you.
Can you point out to us or let us know or show us where your home is in relation to this proposed development?
So if you put that other slide up that he had, yeah, there you go. So where that additional drive is out, if you look directly.
I'm sorry, can you give her a pointer because I'm not
I'm sorry.
following.
Yeah. So where the additional drive on Arcos, right there, just go straight across. That's my driveway. That's my mailbox, actually. Yep.
Okay.
Right there.
Okay, thank you. DOT. Thank you, Ms. Egan.
Thank you.
And Cornelius, you can leave that up for me. I have a question for Amy regarding the interparcel connection to the west of the property.
Amy Diaz, DOT.
Thank you, Amy. So to the west of the property, the interparcel connection, is that on Advanced Autos parcel?
Yes.
Okay. And do you know, and perhaps this is a question for the applicant, if there is going to be some type of easement agreement for access?
That would be a question for the applicant. I would assume if the connection is there, they will have to have an easement for it.
Okay. Also, the distance between Windy Hill, on Arcos Drive, the distance between Windy Hill and the rear of the development, where the driveway is, do you know about how many feet that would be, or how?
I don't. Let me get GIS to measure it for me real quick.
Okay.
Are you talking about to the driveway location or to the rear of the site?
The driveway location.
driveway. Yeah, Arcos from Windy Hill to. About 650 feet, he says.
Okay, all right. Okay.
Oh, wait,
The intersection, though, intersection in Windy Hill.
okay. From.
Well, from Windy Hill, from the corner of Arcos and Windy Hill to the edge of the driveway.
Yes. So that eastern leg.
Yeah, right.
That's about 812 feet. Or 800, I'm sorry, this thing is 165 feet.
It's 165 feet? Okay. Says it's 165 feet.
Okay, and how many, and the reason I'm asking this is because there's question or consideration to install sidewalks along Arcos.
Correct. The sidewalk would be along their entire frontage.
Right, okay, well, can you then give us the estimate from Windy Hill to the entire frontage on Arcos?
Do you have that?
I've got that number, 202 feet.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have for Amy. Do you guys have any follow-up questions for Amy?
I do have a question. Amy, would traffic be permitted to, well, it looks like it's permitted today, but is traffic able to make a left out of Arcos onto Windy Hill?
Yes, it is.
Okay. That's all I have.
Okay. Thanks.
I do have a question for John regarding the landscaping buffer on Arcos. What would be the landscaping buffer requirement? And the second part to that is, there appears to be some mature trees there. Can those remain for the development to provide additional buffer, visual buffer?
The mature trees can remain, and the county staff actually, prefers you leave existing vegetation where you can. As far as landscape requirement along Arcos, they are required to have an 8-foot landscape strip along the road. The staff recommendation is to increase that to a 20-foot landscape buffer along Arcos.
Which was included I believe, in the STIP letter.
And also sidewalks too.
Yeah, we're going to get to that. Mhm. Okay. Actually, Amy, I'm sorry, there was another question I have for you regarding the sidewalks. The applicant has agreed to install sidewalks from Windy Hill along the frontage of Arcos. Do you find that there would be any perceived issues with installing the sidewalk with respect to any right-of-way concerns?
I don't believe there was a right-of-way concern on Arcos, but if there was, we would have requested an additional right-of-way as part of our comments.
Okay.
So a sidewalk can certainly be accommodated within the typical 50-foot right-of-way.
Okay, and on both sides of the street?
Well, they would only be required to do the sidewalk on their side,
Okay.
on their frontage.
Okay.
So from center line.
Okay, all right, fantastic. Okay, thank you, that's really all I had for Amy.
I'm sorry, Commissioner, this is not necessarily a question for Amy, but a
Yeah.
concern. Maybe it's a concern to address with Amy. Amy, and this is not necessarily driven by this application, but it could be impacted by this application, is the volume of traffic that's coming off of Windy Hill. I think it makes turning left off of Arcos Drive probably a challenge, especially during rush hour. And I don't know if that's ever been evaluated, but you're going to have more people going there who may be trying to get back left. I mean, it'd be my hope that those that go to these uses will be making a right out, right in and right out, but it just looks like a very dangerous situation to be
So I would
facilitating a left
anticipate
turn.
most of the lefts that occur there to be off-peak when there are spaces in the traffic, just because people go the way that causes them the least delay, and they know they're going to have to sit there a long time to get enough gap to turn left out of there during a peak hour period. So what people are likely doing often during those high congestion periods is turning right and then U-turning further down the road. So I don't have any traffic volumes for Arcos Drive. I did look into that because of a citizen concern and the commissioner's concern about traffic volumes. But I did find that we have evaluated the crash rate for that intersection before, and we will continue to monitor the crashes at that intersection.
Thank you.
Nothing?
I do have comments, not necessarily DOT, but with that driveway coming out and facing Miss Egan's home, it is going to be a nuisance to her. She's going to constantly have headlights coming into her house throughout the night. Has there been any consideration of putting some sort of buffering, if she and then the adjacent neighbor are willing, along their property to help mitigate some of that traffic light that is going to be impacting their homes?
We have the applicant to come up. And Cornelius, can you just slide this over just a little?
It's not.
Okay. Okay, so the drive would be directly across from Ms. Egan's property, which is right there, right?
Yes.
Can we move the driveway farther south to kind of position almost between those two properties?
I think it's coming out, kind of like where the hand is right now. It's a little bit south already. We looked at whether we could shift it north or south. Two things, Commissioner Gambrell, I really appreciate that question. The answer is a solid yes. We will be glad to do any buffering, landscaping, hesitant on fencing, but we need to make sure code issues on fencing, but anything they want, we will do on their properties. And then in plan review, we would look at the exact location of that, if we can shift it north or south. What I'd like to do is leave it at plan review to handle, and that we would shift it north or south to minimize its impact on adjacent neighbors. And I say that because we've got distance requirements that we have to meet from Windy Hill, don't want to come in conflict with those. And that's obviously where detention is. We need to make sure drainage is handled. So we'd be glad to shift it subject to plan review.
Okay.
Thank you. Commissioner Burrow?
Do you have the adequate parking spaces?
Yes, we are not asking for any
Staff
park.
comments you didn't.
Yeah, that preliminary site plan, we're not asking for any parking variances and in the application.
Okay, and
So,
then are you, the Austell guidelines?
yes, we'll meet all
You
those.
got to comply with those?
Yeah.
Do you have any renderings of the building? Is it brick or?
All I've got is, is a representative example of a different store that was built, and it was in the presentation. But I think it's going to have to add some brick to it to comply with it. But just showing it's going to be a modern Dunkin' Donuts that is
Brick?
Yeah, we'll make it. What we're showing is not a brick, but we'll make it comply with the guidelines. And that's part of the staff recommendations, which we're fully in agreement with.
Commissioner Sheffield, I'd like to also talk about use while we have parks up here and we started down that path. I'm pretty sure you're going to address that. I believe when there was earlier consideration of this and perhaps light automotive repair, it was thought that that would be pulled in closer to the corner of Austell Road and Windy Hill because of the types of activity that occurs at that corner site where there's an automotive parts store, that it would be immediately adjacent to it. And so now I'm seeing a restaurant going in between two automotive uses. Can you talk about why it was configured in that way, why the automotive uses aren't adjacent to each other?
I think that the initial thought was that they wanted the Dunkin' Donuts to be as close to the intersection as possible, so visually it's seen. That's going to be the bigger traffic, user, and that was the thought process there. But candidly, I mean, that's one of the reasons why we decided to drop and agree to not have light automotive repair. Because it did seem to have the most heartburn, the most potential noise conflicts, and quite frankly, not something that you have other automotive repair in this location. You don't have places for people to go and eat in this intersection.
Yeah. In that respect, I do want to thank Lisa Egan for being here today. I think some of your observations were spot on about the uses in this area and the contrast to it being an educational environment and having the other uses that are there. I mean, just in walking distance from an elementary school. This applicant doesn't reach into all of those parcels, but I can certainly understand why you have concerns about these here, because you just don't want to be adding to the significant contrast there. And it's good to see members of the community activated there. I do think the Dunkin' Donuts is something that's positive. Even when I saw the racetrack there compared to what was there prior, just that slab of cement, and it's positive to see some additional investment here. I'm trusting Commissioner Sheffield. She's been a strong advocate. Will, do what she can to moderate the impacts of the uses that are being considered today, should it move forward today. But I just appreciate you being here, and I appreciate the investment that's being made to add other neighborhood-oriented uses here other than what's traditionally been there. And I think an investment is a sign of it, some positive movement there.
Thank you. And just to kind of dovetail on that, you guys have been tremendous in reaching out to us and remaining engaged in the process, and we really appreciate that. And there are some changes that are coming to the community. The county is in negotiation for a recreation center near the Osborne-Milford area. So there are some things that are happening. But I'd like to go ahead and make my motion at this time. Well, before I do, I just want to thank you. I just have some written notes here. Thank you guys for your presentation, and also for your comments, and also the applicant working with the community and with me, of course. But over nearly 2 decades, this parcel, which I believe is just a little over 3 acres, has been vacant for nearly 20 years. And as was shared earlier, the Board of Commissioners, 20 years ago, there was an application for the property to serve as a used car lot. Well, the then board rejected that use, but there were other conditions that remained that were car-related businesses. So the car lube place is actually a permissible use for the subject property based on the current zoning. However, the applicant has agreed in earlier conversations with me that use will be one of others, which I will get to as a prohibited use. There is no question that there needs to be redevelopment along Austell and Windy Hill Road corridors, but development and redevelopment, as you guys know, often brings about new development and also redevelopment, particularly with the corridor being opened to travel to West Cobb. And over the last few months, we have approved an application, which is very close to where you all are, on Austell Road that will bring condos to the community, as well as retail space that will offer restaurants and a rooftop bar. So while the development might be slow and steady, the area is certainly changing its landscape. From all of the objections, and they're all valid, it appears or it seems like the most concerning is the utilization on Arcos Drive and the safety of the residents and children there. Arcos will be used as a secondary drive, and based on the site plan, there are two other points of entry. The interparcel access at Advanced Auto, and then there's the other on Windy Hill. So for Arcos Drive, I would imagine, and obviously we don't have a study for this, but the majority of the traffic that will likely be on Arcos to access the rear of the businesses will more than likely come from the residents that live to the south on Arcos Drive, as was mentioned earlier, so you're not going off Windy Hill to patronize the businesses there. So with that, Madam Chair, I would like to make a motion to approve Z72 with the following conditions: that the zoning category to be deleted to NRC.
I'm sorry.
Yes, sorry.
You said Z72, it's Z82?
Oh, I'm sorry.
We get
Z82.
Okay,
Thank you.
No,
Thank you for
thank
that.
you.
Z82, that the zoning category to be deleted to NRC, the detention pond area to be fenced with black vinyl-clad chain link fencing, a minimum of 6 feet in height, and landscaping to be to the exterior of fencing for purposes of visual screening, and the landscaping to be approved by the county arborist during the plan review process. Sidewalks to be installed along the frontage of Arcos Drive. That there will be additional buffering along the frontage of Arcos to mitigate any headlights that may shine into the home across the driveway from the establishment. That might be contingent upon the next stipulation, in which we will possibly shift the driveway, which will be determined during plan review. But even in the event there is a shift in the driveway, I would still want to have the additional buffering along frontage to add additional protection to the homeowner that would live across the street from the entrance of the driveway. And that driveway, the driveway during plan review is to come before the district commissioner for final approval. And the prohibited uses to include any auto-related businesses, including but not limited to auto lube establishments, tire shops, car emissions, auto paint and body shops, and record services. The prohibited uses should also include any dollar stores, discount stores, general merchandise, closeout stores, pawn shops, vape and smoke shops, massage and tattoo parlors, and day and nightclubs, and all other staff recommendations and comments not otherwise in conflict.
Second.
And that includes.
Is there any further discussion? I will call a question. The motion passes 5-0. Commissioners, it's now 12:11. We have another matter before us, which is school-oriented. I believe there'll be two addition, yes, they're related, I believe they're related, Commissioner Burrow? Are they unrelated? Okay. Last time we tried to go through lunch, and it ended up not being the best situation for us. It would be my suggestion that we take a break for lunch and convene back here at 1 o'clock if you're amenable to that. The general consensus? All right, so we'll take a break until 1. Thank you. Hello and welcome back to our December 21st Cobb County Board of Commission zoning meeting. I'll turn things over to our zoning manager to walk us through the rest of our cases for the afternoon.
Okay, next case is rezoning case Z85, Lot 1 Homes. Request rezoning from R20 to RA5 for a single-family subdivision in land lots 455 and 482 of the 16th District. Property is located on the east side of Trickham Road, north of Sandy Plains Road. The applicant is present. Is there anyone here opposed to rezoning case Z85? Opposed? We see, are you opposed, Chris? Okay, well, all right, let the record show there's 3 people here in opposition. All those wishing to address the board, please come forward to be sworn in.
Thank you.
Raise your right hand. You solemnly swear the testimony that you're about to give before this board of this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Whenever you're ready.
Hey, good afternoon, Madam Chairwoman. First of all, thanks for breaking for lunch. I was starving. For the record, my name is Garvis Sams. I'm with the law firm of Sams, Larkin, and Huff, and I have the pleasure of representing Lot 1 Homes in connection with this application. You may recall in Commissioner Richardson's district a couple of months ago, an application with the same applicant, same type product came up, smaller proposal, in that we were taking 2 lots that were zoned LRO, so it was down zoning. But still, we're talking the same type of a single-family detached product here. Before getting into the presentation in chief, I want to thank a number of people that up until before lunch, and I think even when I got back from lunch, we're still talking, and that's Allison Smith of Hillcrest Oaks subdivision that's to the west of us. Also in connection with that subdivision, Ms. Lisa Gray has headed up. The 2 of them have worked in tandem with each other and with their HOA. So they're probably the ones that stand to be most affected in the subdivision that's contiguous, so I wanted to thank them. Also, Ms. Chris Lindstrom, who's the case manager for this, and I think VP of ECCA, for working with us, and then for them working in tandem with the Hillcrest Oaks folks. So it's been a good dialogue, and I think even though they've raised hands as opposition, I think that the characterization of it, I think, is just remaining concerns that I think we can nail down right now. Since this was heard by the Planning Commission, we've been able to incorporate all the Planning Commission's recommendations into our STIP letter, our revised STIP letter of December 14. We've revised the site plan in accordance with Planning Commission recommendation for approval for the RA4 classification. We've incorporated ECCA's recommendations, and to the extent we haven't, I hope to cover them in this presentation, and then those of Hillcrest. Some of those are a little more technical in nature in terms of the engineering considerations, but nevertheless, I appreciate their help. My client is here with me today, obviously, Mr. Brian Dennis of Lot 1 Homes, so he and I will both be available at any time to respond to any concerns you have. This is the revised site plan, the linearly shaped property, and you'll see why in a minute when you look at that in juxtaposition to its position on the GIS map. But as you can see, we propose now, this is a revised site plan, 10 homes with the RA4 zoning district, which we can't apply for, but you can, of course, impose, and it replicates to our south Hillcrest Oaks in terms of the zoning classification. The lot sizes, and I'll get into our lot sizes and average in a minute, but they're larger than that. This property, as you can see it here, positioned on the GIS map, this was a part of a larger assemblage that I put together, 8.52 acres as opposed to this 4.406 acres, and it included that little piece that's contiguous and directly to our northwest. That's not a part of this application, but what happened, this piece and that piece got rezoned back in 2007 to RA5. No, pardon me. It did not get rezoned to RA5. There was a challenge, a judicial challenge, and then the application came back before the Board of Commissioners, and they rezoned it at that time to RA5, but there was a reversion clause. So the property reverted back to R20, and then about 5 years later, the Board of Commissioners in 2011 changed the future land use map from MDR down to LDR, where it presently is today. So the property has reverted to R20. It is within an LDR region. So that's the history of this. And I actually, it's when I met Allison Smith those many years ago, and she's still very much interested in protecting her subdivision as she was then, and she is now. Lot 1's proposal is and does follow the Planning Commission's recommendation for approval that on a motion made by Planning Commissioner Dance, it was unanimously carried to the RA4 classification for a maximum number of 10 lots, based on some stipulations we had at the time, but now based on the revised stipulations of December the 14th, which, as I said, incorporates those of ECCA and those of Heritage Oaks. The Lot 1's proposal includes, of course, RA4 lots now. The minimum of RA4 is different than RA5. The minimum for RA4 is 8,400 square feet. All of our lots meet that, exceed that, and in fact, our minimum lot size is 9,000 square feet. The average is higher than that, and it actually is larger than the lot sizes in the subdivision to our south that I've mentioned. We've also talked to professional staff early on with this application just to make sure that there weren't any preclusions in terms of comp plan text. The comp plan does recommend assemblage wherever possible along this section of the Trickham Road corridor. Just to be quite transparent with you, we are discussing with that property owner of the piece that's north and contiguous to us, but it's not a part of this application, and certainly we'd hope for it to be, but it's not. Notwithstanding our best wishes and the seller's accentuated idea about what per acre prices are in the area. This is an aerial overlay view of the property. You can see Hillcrest Oaks is immediately south of us, and it gives you also an idea southwest of us of the LRC zonings that's near the intersection there of Sandy Plains Road and Trickham Road, and then shows the R20 to the north, and it's a good representation of how the property lies and the fact that it also is fairly heavily treed. We of course will have homes that will range in size from 2,650 square feet up to 3,150 square feet. We described in the stipulation letter the composition of the various architectural components of those, which are consistent with the one we did on Lassiter Road, and the style is consistent with the one we did a month or so ago on Lassiter Road as well. We have, and I'll go back to the site plan, the installation of 10 and 15-foot buffers, if you will, to the northern part of the property. And of course, those buffers will be part of the final landscape plan to be reviewed and approved. Well, hopefully approved, certainly reviewed by the district commissioner. There'll be ground-based monument-style signage at the front of the subdivision. And if you look to your right, you see both detention and an area that's open space. And we're fine, even though it may not be in our STIP letter, with making that open space part of a conservation easement in favor of the county. There's some dead, dying, irrevocably diseased trees in there. The neighbors would like to see us take those out. We'd love to take them out, and will. The only question is, will this remain as open space in perpetuity? We'd like for it to. We don't have any plans for a park or trails or anything of that nature. But I feel like since that was 14 years ago and they needed trees out then, I figured that down the road it may need it out later. So I would suggest to you that rather than undisturbed in perpetuity, that we have the authority, based on consulting with the county's arborists, to be able to take out dead, dying, or irrevocably diseased trees in the future. Up to you, but certainly something I think sort of compromise between the totality of being undisturbed and then the ability on a limited basis for the betterment of the community to be disturbed for a limited purpose reasons. We have no variances. The site plan, we've agreed to 15 feet minimum between homes. And of course, there's become some, and I kidded Ms. Lindstrom this morning, but there's been some sort of boilerplate stipulations that have emanated out of ECCA, providing clean work areas, meaning debris is disposed of each evening, a tire washing station, a 24-hour contact, the posting of development and construction hours. I say boilerplate, I don't mean that in a pejorative fashion. It's really good. It's kind of cool the way they've started applying these with a bit of uniformity to all of the zonings. We've agreed to all of DOT recommendations and comments, including voluntary donation and conveyance of right-of-way. We have the appropriate amount of guest parking. We've also agreed that all the parking, in addition to the guest parking, there'll be at least driveways 35 feet in length and sufficient in width to accommodate 2 more cars. Garages will be dedicated for vehicular use, so it'll be available for at least 2 vehicles at all time. If you look on the site plan that's in my handout, you'll see the impervious surface breakdown in square footage. We're at 33.2%, which is appropriate, but David Meyer did the site plan, went through the math with you, and I'm not going to bore you with it since I'm out of time. Thank you very much. We do ask that this be approved as presented to you today.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
All right, this will be time for opposition. If there's more than one speaker, just be mindful of each other's time, please.
Good morning, well, actually, good afternoon, Madam Chairman and Commissioners. My name is Allison Smith. I'm sorry, I'm not going to look up because going back and forth with the reading glasses. Okay, my name is Allison Smith, and I'm here today speaking on behalf of the residents of Hillcrest Oaks subdivision who are in opposition to this rezoning due to a few still unresolved issues. As stated, this property was part of an assemblage up for rezoning in 2006, then went to litigation in 2007, and reverted back into around 2011 after several extensions. The current plan is about 80 to 90% identical to the plan from 2007, and many of the issues from that former plan appear to have been resolved, including setbacks that now meet county guidance, with the exception that it was still showing 5-foot setbacks on the sides of the lots. Our understanding that the county states a minimum of 15 feet between buildings, and we ask that that be very specifically made a part of the stipulations on the current request. Another concern from the 2007 rezoning, which still exists today, and perhaps with more urgency, is stormwater management. The stormwater system in Hillcrest Oaks that backs up on this property has extensive issues with high water and overflow during heavy rains. There, and I believe you have some photographs to show. There are a number of homes along the shared property line which suffer an excess of stormwater flow and frequent flooding, as you can see from these photos. And there are 3 pictures of the level of flooding along that stormwater wall that's in the back of those properties. Thank you. With the age of this system and stormwater from additional homes potentially flowing along the shared property lines, we would like a review of the structure of our stormwater system in conjunction with the review analysis to be done for the subject property to assure us that all flow from both systems will be adequately and properly moved downstream. We have discussed this issue with the current applicant, Brian Dennis of Lot 1 Homes, and he has said he'd be willing to do what is necessary based on stormwater management's engineering studies to mitigate any issues that may occur on the Hillcrest Oaks side of the full system. The 3 Hillcrest Oaks homeowners where the current detention area is located have all agreed to work with the developer to allow necessary access to that detention area from the subject property based on any needed adjustments determined from the engineering studies. We would like this in the stipulations and would like notice from the county and developer as to the results of those studies and plans. In addition to these areas, we are concerned about the area to the east of the rear stormwater management area. The agreement in the previous zoning case was to convey this area as a conservation easement to Cobb County, undisturbed in perpetuity. Since 2007, there have been a couple major storms damaging a number of the trees in that section, and we would request minimally invasive cleanup of fallen trees be done, but the remainder to be left as natural wooded and undisturbed area. The latest site plan still notes this area to be open space with a notation of it being a conservation easement, but there is nothing in the written stipulations regarding this area, so we ask that be added. There were some questions early on about sewer access. In the 2007 litigation hearing with the larger plan with the additional property just to the north, Sewer and Water determined then that sewer had to go down Trickham Road to the next link up that's down near Simpson Middle School. Now their plan, I believe, is to run sewer through an easement for two homeowners in Hillcrest Oaks into the sewer that's in Hillcrest Oaks. So I think that needs to have some special attention paid to it during the analysis period to determine if that's feasible. And if, as Mr. Sams hinted, there's potential further development going to be attached in going north Trickham Road, it seems expedient for the county to extend sewer down that direction to accommodate those other homes, because those are all uphill from this area. We understand that the applicant property has a need to sell their property, and they have found a potentially willing buyer. We understand they have a right to the best use of that land. However, all of the adjacent property owners have that same right, and their properties must not be damaged or devalued by the potential changes to the subject property in the process. We appreciate you taking these objections and requests under consideration. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I'm Chris Lindstrom, representing the East Cobb Civic Association and case manager for Z85. The points that I want to make today are really, I believe, oversights we submitted them earlier, and I think they were just overlooked. While ECCA believes that RA4 is compatible to the area, ECCA respectfully recommends the two items be clarified, which they have been, and added. One, they've already talked to, the applicant will adhere to the 15 feet between dwellings as stated in Code 134-201, and landscaping at the entrance and along the landscape buffers are to be irrigated. That they hadn't mentioned. ECCA supports the Planning Commission's recommendations as RA4 for Z85, subject to the stipulation letter dated December 13th, 2001, the site plan dated December 14th of 2021, and recommended additions to the stipulations provided above and all staff comments. And with that, Merry Christmas to you.
Thank you. Are there any other speakers in opposition? Seeing none, I'll turn things over to you, Commissioner Burrow.
Thank you. I'd like to ask Carl Carver to come up. Carl, the pictures that Ms. Smith showed of the flooding in
Yes, ma'am.
Hillcrest,
Mm-hmm.
is that a retaining wall back there?
Yes, ma'am. That is a retaining wall, and it's, I don't know what day or what storm event that was, but it's ponding up like it's expected to pond up.
So is the property in question that's before us today where the trees are? north of this?
Yes, on the other side of the wall.
So how is the flooding being caused? How is it getting over the wall?
It's
Where-
not, this pond is draining onto the subject property.
Okay,
It's going the other direction.
okay. So is Hillcrest downstream from this property?
No, it's upstream.
Okay, so is it fair to say that that is not, that property, this property is not contributing to their flooding issue?
That's correct.
Okay. But talk a little bit about what she referenced as far as their infrastructure and what the county can do or should be doing to assist with that.
That existing detention pond is private. It's not dedicated to the county.
Okay.
And the only thing the county might, depending on the language of the final plat, might look at is some maintenance to the wall itself. Other than that, it's the homeowners that are at the pond. It's their responsibility to keep it clean and flowing properly.
Right. But can we require them to maintain it if it's private? It's got to be up to county standards.
It's up to the county standards at that time, which have changed over the years.
Oh, okay. So they're grandfathered in on the old developmental standard?
That's correct. We can't require them to update that pond. It would be too drastic.
Okay. Well, that I would need to talk to the HOA to see if there's something they could do to maintain that.
Yes, correct.
To prevent some of this runoff and flooding.
Right. I would say, part of our standard stipulations is that the subject property has to evaluate how that pond drains through their project. And then in conjunction with their on-site detention, the combination of those two have to be studied for downstream analysis.
Okay. Does anybody else have questions for Carl? Thank you, Carl. Tim Davidson, I know at Planning Commission there was an issue about sewer capacity and flow. And I know Ms. Smith addressed the sewer to the middle school and up Trickham. So can you address this property, the capacity for the 10 homes proposed? And go ahead.
Yeah, Tim Davidson, Cobb County Water System. Yeah, the capacity is absolutely not a concern. In fact, this is the beginning of the subbasin. There's no sewer flowing into this subdivision to the south of the development now. So capacity is absolutely not a concern of the sewer system.
But where would they connect?
That's really up to them. We set the parameters with our codes and development standards. My zoning comments reflect the nearest sewer, which is in whatever road that name is, starts with a C. So that would be the logical place for them to want to connect, but that's up to the developer's design professional to determine where they want to connect, as long as they meet our standards.
Okay. So that issue has been resolved from Planning Commission? The question?
Well, the capacity, I think we've addressed. It's absolutely not a concern. Where they'll connect, again, that's up to them. I can make some assumptions, but I'm a really bad guesser. But that's the most obvious place to connect, but they'd have to get an easement from one or two folks in that subdivision.
Right.
Barring that, if they could come down Trickham Road, I don't know how their grades are going to work out, their finished floor elevations. They're going to have to design it for gravity sewer.
But all that will be decided in plan review?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Mr. Sams or Mr. Dennis, have y'all, do you have a solution for that or a plan for that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am, we do. We've secured 2 off-site easements for purposes of accessing sewer. And Mr. Davidson wouldn't be totally guessing. He asked us, he said, look, you know, we're in the entitlement stage. Let's get the plan review, and don't record anything and don't announce anything, but we have secured two off-site easements and advise the water system of that.
Okay,
Yes, ma'am.
thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
I don't see the county arborist here, but maybe either Bill or John, to designate this open space to be placed in a conservation easement in perpetuity, can I add that the removal of dead trees based on the county arborist review or approval can be done? Okay.
And then would they be replanted?
Pardon?
If trees are removed, would they be replanted?
Well, if they're dead, yeah, I guess they could be.
Then you need to stipulate that.
If that's what you want, I mean, there's a county standard for number of trees that are required. So.
So they'd have to replace what was removed.
I would talk to community development to see.
I would have the county arborist do that review and determine that. I'm not going to stipulate that when he's not here, and I don't know anything about trees. Okay, so thank you for bringing that up, but I'd rather just say that they can be removed if they're dead, but the county arborist will need to make that determination. Am I okay putting that as a step, Bill? Thank you.
It's up to you.
Okay. I may be going down a slippery slope here. Mr. Dennis or Mr. Sams, would y'all be willing to work with Hillcrest on their detention pond, since it's private, if they agree or allow you to try to assist with their issues?
Well, they have agreed, and they will allow us to, and we've agreed to. But as far as redesigning a private detention pond, we don't do that. That's not before you, and Mr. Carver and his staff wouldn't recommend that. But as Mr. Carver said, we've got to have models that are generated, stormwater management models generated on our site, and how that affects the flow from the subdivision to our south through our property, because we are downstream from them instead of vice versa. You know, look at those pictures. You kind of thought, well, golly, we drain that way, but we don't. But we've agreed. I've agreed with Ms. Gray and also with Ms. Smith that we would do that. And to the extent they need to get on our property to do things to that common retaining wall, or that maybe the outside wall for the detention, I'm not sure. We'd certainly be happy to work with them. We can't get real definitive or specific because our site hadn't been engineered yet. So.
But at least keep them up to date on
Yes, absolutely.
what's going on in the construction, and any assistance that you're willing to do to help mitigate their issues that, I'm not saying they're caused by your development, because we know they're not, downstream.
Their requests have been very, very reasonable. They're not demanding anything. They just want cooperation to fix a problem that exists for them. I suggest or speculate that it may have been a miscalculation of that detention pond, but we don't know that. But we'll find out, and we'll work with them, and that's a matter of public record, and we'll provide them with any studies we do. And in fact, I think over the weekend, I don't remember, Ms. Smith or Ms. Gray asked if we had any objection in participating in the plan review process, and of course we don't. I mean, it'll be our engineers. It won't be Mr. Dennis or I, but we'll provide them with documentation, and to the extent Mr. Carver allows them to attend plan review, then either with a peer review of their own or whatever, we're certainly fine with that.
Okay. Is that agreeable with you, Ms. Smith and Gray? Thanks. Okay.
Commissioner,
go ahead.
Okay, just to clarify, and John, please correct me if I'm wrong, anyone can currently attend site plan review meetings, but the public is not allowed to weigh in during site plan review meetings. So I'm not quite sure what the stipulation gains by doing, because is that going to give them the ability to participate in site plan review process? Because again, they can attend right now and observe.
I'm not asking that it be a stipulation. I'm asking Mr. Garvis and Mr. Dennis to work with them to see if there's anything they can do to help assist them in their existing conditions. I'm not asking them to redesign their stormwater. It's a private detention, and they're not responsible for that. But there may be some maintenance or cleanup that they can assist with while they're constructing their own development that may help mitigate some of their current issues that aren't coming from this new development.
I think Commissioner Gambrill may be suggesting that the plan review staff is not particularly enamored with civilians coming into their domain, so to speak. And I may be wrong, but we'll provide them with whatever information we generate. And
Well, I kind of had in mind a separate meeting, not necessarily at plan review,
Sure.
but for y'all to communicate with them during construction, prior to development, to see if there's something you can agree to.
we'll do that, and also keep the East Cobb Civic Association in the loop as well, since they have an interest in it.
Right.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
I'd like John Peterson to weigh in, please.
And I just want to clarify one thing. You know, since we began the pandemic, plan review's been done online and through email and other means. So we don't per se have a meeting in person anymore like we used to once per week. It's all done online and virtually.
Thank you. Commissioner, you can proceed.
Okay. I'm ready to make a motion if there aren't any other questions.
I just have a general inquiry. The conservation easement, who's responsible for that? Is that owned by
It will be
the-
turned over to the county, won't it?
Typically, when there's a conservation easement, the HOA is going to own the property, but the county may have a third-party right to enforce what the easement is. So there's no structures put into it, or it's not sold off or developed in any way.
Is that implied in our code that will be the case, or is that something that
Well,
needs to be stipulated?
That's the way the county's been doing it, Madam Chair.
Our practice.
For instance, when we have an open space application, it goes through the same process where our
Okay.
planning department routes the conservation easement to the county attorney's office for review and approval.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that.
Okay, so I will make a motion to approve Z85 to the RA4 category. With the stip letter from Mr. Garvis Sams, two stip letters, December 13th and December 14th, with the revised site plan in the December 14th letter received. The letter from East Cobb Civic Association from Ms. Chris Lindstrom, submitted December 16th, with 15 feet between homes, stipulated the open space to be designated as conservation easement in perpetuity, with the county arborist to determine tree replacement. The irrigation system at the entrances, the landscape plan, final landscape plan, and final landscape plan to be approved by the county arborist and district commissioner, with review from East Cobb Civic Association and Hillcrest Oaks representatives, and the final site plan to be approved by the district commissioner, with review by East Cobb Civic Association and Hillcrest Oaks representatives. And I just want to also comment that Planning Commission and staff recommends approval. It is RA4 and LDR under 2.5 units per acre, 2.3 units per acre. and there are no variances. And all staff comments and recommendation and planning commission comments and recommendations not otherwise in conflict.
Thank you. I'll second that. Is there any further discussion?
Madam Chair and Board, I hate to interrupt a perfect motion, but could we clarify one thing that Commissioner Burrow said? And this has come up before, but Commissioner Burrow said no variances. Could we make that no variances for the developer? Because we find as time goes on, homeowners want to add things, and we don't want them to have to come back to this board every time they want to reduce a setback or something else. So could we make no variances for the developer?
Well, I was just making a comment that this is RA4 with, and has no variances.
Okay.
But I can make in my stipulations no variances on the developer.
Okay, thank you.
Is there any further discussion? There's a motion, a second. All right, we'll call the question. The motion passes 5-0. Thank you, Commissioners. I believe we are moving on to our final zoning application for this hearing.
Okay, next application is other business, item number 75, which is to consider a stipulation amendment for Mount Bethel Christian Academy Incorporated regarding case SLUP 11 of 2013. The property is located on the north side of Post Oak Trip Road, west of Holly Springs Road, and land lots 599, 600, 625, and 626 of the 16th District. By way of background, Madam Chair and Board, the applicant was granted a special land use permit by the Board of Commissioners in 2013 for a private school, with subsequent approvals for other site plan amendments. One of these stipulations approved the property site plan specific. The applicant would like to revise the site plan to do three things. Number one, relocate the athletic fields or the athletic field house to the south end of the athletic field. Number two, relocate 82 parking spaces to the north end of the tennis courts. And number three, add 39 more parking spaces for a grand total of 121 parking spaces. The applicant has submitted Exhibit B, which explains the proposed revision in more detail. If approved, all previous conditions should remain in effect. At this point, the applicant is present. Is there anyone here opposed to other business item number 75? So just one person or two? Okay. Let the record show there's two people here opposed. All those wishing to address the board, please come forward to be sworn in.
Feel free to go ahead, Kevin.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Commissioners. Kevin Moore here on behalf of Mount Bethel Christian Academy in this application for other business approval to approve some site plan changes to the approved site plans for Mount Bethel Christian Academy located off of Post Oak Tritt Road. The site plan you see before you is the proposed site plan. I'm going to go through with you exactly what those changes are. Know and take into account this site is a 33.4 acre site located off Post Oak Tritt Road, first approved in 2013 for the Mount Bethel Christian Academy School at this location is one of two locations for that academy. I want to go through those changes with you and highlight those for you, even though Mr. Peterson did summarize them. Just to orient you, this is Post Oak Tritt Road and the entrance to the 33.5 acres, which comprises the academy. What we are showing on this proposed site plan, I'm going to first go through what is already considered approved elements to the site plan. You see these are existing. This is an existing building, two existing modular building locations here. Those are currently approved. In this area here are tennis courts, a couple of small buildings that are associated with the tennis facility, swimming pool, small building associated with the swimming pool facility. There's existing parking. There's also an existing multi-purpose field here, an existing multi-purpose field or baseball, softball field located here. Important to note, since the initial approval, there is an 85-foot undisturbed buffer along the north part of this property. That remains as part of this plan as well. In addition, you see highlighted here the green area, which is for a athletic multipurpose field. Its location there is also part of the current approved and existing approved plan for the field to be located here. One element now going into the changes that are being proposed. One element that is being changed, the current approved plan shows a track as part of the athletic multipurpose field. That has been removed, and we've noted that on our stipulation letter dated December 15th, that the track is being removed and deleted from the request as part of the approved plan, so the track is no longer shown. Also, turning to the parking, this parking area here is comprised of a total of 121 parking spaces. The current approved plan shows a total of 82 parking spaces in this location here below the tennis courts. Those spaces plus an additional 39 spaces would be proposed to be relocated here so that they're in a better position as it relates to the use of the field, tennis courts, and swim facility that are part of the school's ongoing operations. With the addition of the field, having the parking located central is far better for those wishing to attend. We've also proposed a location of a small one-story field house and concession stand restroom building here. Currently, this field house on the approved set of plans is located in this general area here. We're asking that be shifted to this location. So from our standpoint, the request to the site plan approval changes is to relocate relocate the proposed parking approved for this location to here, add 39 spaces and create a central parking area for all three functions, and to relocate the field house from this location to this location with the addition of the concession and small concession stand and restroom building there. Those are the extent of the changes. Those are the only changes from the approved plan that are being proposed. As part of our discussions with adjacent neighbors as well as East Cobb Civic Association, who've been long involved in this process, if you look through it, one of the things that we have added, and it's part of our stipulation letter, this area between the field and the 85-foot undisturbed buffer, we have proposed for all of this area to have an additional landscape screening of tree plantings so that we can provide additional screening to the field from the undisturbed buffer. So we've added that as part of our stipulations as well, and just wanted to point out where that area was that we were proposing in our stipulation letter for it to be located as additional plantings. We have provided these details in a stipulation letter, and those go on to include stipulations as it relates to the actual use of the field. We've actually shown on here where a proposed scoreboard would go. We've stipulated to the maximum size of that, maximum size and height of any type of scoreboard. In addition, we have provided for stipulations regarding time for use of any PA system or loudspeaker system that might be in place there. We've put in here that those would be restricted to the hours of 9 a.m. to 10 p.m., essentially just daylight hours. That's what we're looking for, is daylight hour usage of that system if they ever use it as part of that, that it is limited in time, and we've agreed to that as well. I think it's also important that we highlight it again in this stipulation letter. There are a host of stipulations and conditions that were put in place when this was originally approved in 2013, and then there were subsequent other business items as it came about through time, and additional stipulations were placed, and we're not changing any of those. The two important ones that I want to highlight for you: number one, when this was originally approved in 2013, there was a stipulation that there would be no lighting for the new proposed field. So there's no lighting. The field's not going to have stadium lighting or lighting for that field. That remains in place. In addition, there was a stipulation that no permanent bleachers fixed to the ground could be utilized here. Likewise, we're not proposing a change in that stipulation whatsoever as well. So I just want to highlight those two because those seem to come up quite a good bit, or kind of interwoven into the overall conversation and discussion that occurs here. From that standpoint, we are keeping those in place, and we've acknowledged that those stay in place and are not proposing any changes to those existing conditions and stipulations. I want to also highlight one last thing, because there could be some discussion, just so folks can have a good context for that, and you can during your deliberations. We have been very detailed on this site plan and put in proposed dimensions. Due to the topography of this area, there will be necessary to create a flat surface for a multi-purpose field that then ties in appropriately with the surrounding areas of parking. It will be necessary for there to be a retaining wall along the rear, sides, and then partially of the front here. Really the part that concerns anybody from my standpoint or our standpoint is any retaining wall that would be facing exterior neighbors. For reference, this retaining wall varies in size, or I should say varies in height. Its highest point is 14 feet, and its lowest point is 2 feet. So it just ranges depending on how it fits into the hill that runs across this property. It ranges in height, and we certainly have no objection to that retaining wall being appropriately faced with brick or stacked stone or something so that it's faced appropriately. And it's also why we've additionally agreed for those tree plantings to occur, to have additional tree buffer and screening buffer on top of the existing 85-foot undisturbed buffer, which is in place. With that, we think we've covered the issues that have been presented or discussed in terms of what we're proposing. Mount Bethel Christian Academy is proposing really 3 site plan changes: relocating parking to a much more natural central location, adding some additional parking so that they have that on site without any issue, and simply sliding the field house from one side of the field to an end of the field. Those are the actual site plan changes that are being proposed. No other changes are being proposed at this time from the approved site plan, as well as already imposed and approved conditions of zoning and approval from prior years. I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have. Mr. Steve Colley, also of Mount Bethel Christian Academy, is here, and we can answer any questions you may have. With that, we respectfully request your approval of this other business application, and appreciate your time and consideration here today. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now hear from opposition.
Madam Chairwoman, Commissioners, my name is Richard Grome. I'm the president of East Cobb Civic Association and the case manager for OB 75. First, I would like to say that several neighbors from Holly Springs subdivision had planned on attending today, but decided not to. They were concerned over the present increase in COVID-19 cases and possibly bringing COVID home to fragile family members and relatives visiting from during this holiday season. Mount Bethel Christian Academy has been in many times since the granting of their original SLUP in 2013, each time with incomplete and changing site plans, not showing the complete picture of what existed on their campus along with what was planned. In 2019, the Board of Commissioners asked that the next time Mount Bethel came in for any changes or additions, that its site plan be completed. That brings us to today. The application for OB 75 asked to relocate the field house, relocate 82 approved parking spaces, and add 39 parking spaces. However, the site plan showed something different. Not only did it not reflect what existed on the property, it showed other items not asked for in the application, like a much larger athletic field and what we assumed was a concrete deck from the field, around the field. Missing was the track, but according to a note on the plan, it was still to be constructed under a separate land disturbance permit. ECCA met with Kevin Moore on December 2nd and pointed out all these missing details on the site plan and asked about what their future plans were for this area. We asked for a complete plan for the property. ECCA received a new site plan on December 9th and immediately set up a meeting with Kevin Moore and 2 residents from Holly Springs subdivision. This meeting took place on December 15th, 7 days ago. A stipulation letter was issued after that meeting. The new site plan asked for more than the original OB 75 application. In addition to relocating the field house and adding and rearranging the parking, it added a concession/restroom building. It removed the approved track, added a scoreboard, enlarged the approved athletic field by 40%, and in addition, information about the actual height of the field and subsequent retaining walls was disclosed. This is substantially different from the athletic field that was originally approved. To level the field, they plan on raising the field in some places, I said by over 10 feet. That's the best I could judge on some of this. Kevin has said over 14 feet, so I'll go with that. On the side towards the neighbors, and adding substantial concrete retaining walls. This changes the view shed from the backyards of the neighbors along Alberta Drive. They plan on adding 2 large concrete pads, one on the south side of the field, approximately 60 feet by 250 feet, and one on the north side of the field, approximately 30 feet by 100 feet. We assume these pads will be for spectator use, although that is still open to question because it really wasn't labeled for that. The plans for the size and type of fencing that will be required around the field is unknown, but it's going to require a fence, or else you're going to have players running off the 14-foot end. ECCA strongly believes that elevations are needed of the retaining walls. The neighbors need to know what this raised concrete stadium with a fence around its top will look like from the backyards of the residents. In addition, we recommend that the following changes be made to the stipulation letter dated 12/15/21. Stipulation 5, we recommend that be added, renderings of the field house will be submitted to ECCA and residents of Holly Springs subdivision for comment and input. Final rendering will be subject to district commissioner approval. Stipulation 7, we recommend that the ending time of the PA system change from 10 p.m. to 8 p.m. Stipulation 9, we recommend that the trees that have been recommended to be put in be a height of 10 feet, changed from 6 feet. Final landscape plan subject to arborist and district commissioner approval. And add an additional stipulation. If any portable bleachers are used, they will be put up not more than 24 hours prior to an event and taken down and stored within 24 hours after said event. And the reason I ask for that is because I have seen facilities where they have portable bleachers and they literally are left up forever. ECCA respectfully asks that OB 75 be held until more complete plans can be provided concerning the proposed athletic field. These should include view sheds of the raised field and concrete retaining walls and fencing as seen from the neighbors' backyards to determine the aesthetic impact of this concrete monolith. At that time, it will be possible to determine if there is a need for decorative rock facing and additional trees and shrubs over and above what has been proposed, and the type and aesthetics of a fence that will be required to surround the athletic field. In the event that the applicant does not agree to this, we recommend denial. There are too many unanswered questions about the proposed athletic field that affect the adjoining neighbors. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else wishing to speak in opposition? Okay, seeing none, John, can you let us know what staff's recommendation is?
Madam Chair and Board, the staff would recommend the Board of Commissioners approve the request, subject to Kevin Moore's letter dated December 15th, 2021, which includes the site plan marked as Exhibit A, subject to Fire Department comments contained in the other business packet, subject to Cobb DOT comments contained in the other business packet, and all previous conditions not in conflict remain in effect.
Thank you, John. Then I'll turn things over to you, Commissioner Burrow.
First of all, a couple months ago, John Peterson and I met with representatives from Mount Bethel, and I believe this was before Mr. Moore was involved or retained. Because this has come before us several times in the past since it was initially rezoned in 2011, there were several variations of a site plan that were a little confusing, I guess, to all parties. And we asked that they provide, before they filed for other business, that they provide a complete site plan of everything that they wanted and where they wanted it and moved around and additions and deletions, etc. I didn't receive anything until December 15th after 5 o'clock. So, and in talking, I know they had several meetings with East Cobb Civic Association and the neighbors directly behind them that are impacted. But as Mr. Groen mentioned, a couple of those were not able to be here today and express their concerns. I do have some emails from them that Rick provided. And I just, in light of all that, I would rather that we hold this and have additional meetings with the neighborhood, the neighbors behind them that are impacted, with Mr. Moore and representatives from Mount Bethel and East Cobb Civic Association, and hold this until the February meeting.
Second.
Thank you. Is there any discussion? Just, John, this is probably the second or third matter today where we've had documentation submitted, very close to the hearing, and I know there's desire for flexibility, for negotiation, but it just seems as if there's substantial communications that could or should be happening. And so I just want to bring that to the board's attention and bring that to your attention, that we've got to find some better way to do this, because there are people who are taking time off of work to get here. There are residents who are waiting to hear from applicants or to get significant pieces of information, and it's a lot of scrambling to be on top of all these cases and to have to hunt down applicants or information. So just wanted to share that publicly. Yes, Commissioner.
Madam Chair, the East Cobb Civic Association requested a continuance on this particular.
Yes, ma'am, I'm aware. Okay, thank you. So with that, we have a motion and a second. There being further discussion, I will call the question. The motion passes 5-0. Guys, we are done with our zoning hearing, not just for today, but we are done with zoning for this year. Just want to thank all the commissioners and staff for all of your work this year with zoning. This is probably one of the most arduous tasks that we have as commissioners, and I want to commend everybody for all of your hard work this year. Look forward to us resuming zoning next year, February, as we will have other matters that the Planning Commission will be considering, I believe code amendments, when we reconvene at the top of the year next year. With that, everyone who is still here or still tuned in, have a very happy holidays, and some input from Commissioner Burrow.
Mr. Peterson would like to introduce a new employee in the zoning department.
All right. Well, our
Madam
new
Chair-
employee, I've been looking out
I
and seeing
know.
somebody I didn't recognize
I
out there,
know.
so we're going to put you on the spot since you are up in front. We might as well put you on camera.
Right.
So if you can just come and we'll just
Poor thing.
let us
Didn't
know who
it
you
was
are.
going.
Okay, their cameras are where Attorney Moore is. Yeah. Get used to what these the applicants and residents feel like when they come and weigh in.
Yes,
Yes.
ma'am. Well, my name is Ladarius Scott. I'm originally born and raised from Augusta.
AUG.
And I moved to Cobb County to start my career as a planner one back in August. So I think the 23rd will make 4 months for me exactly. But I received my bachelor's in political science from Augusta University back in 2019 and my master's in public administration from Augusta University as well this year. And so I'm currently living in Smyrna, and I'll be starting my part-time instructor position with Kennesaw State in August, teaching political science. So it's a pleasure to meet everyone, and thank you for
How'd you land here?
allowing me to attend. Thank you.
What she meant to say is, we're so happy you've landed here.
Thank you. Thank
With
you.
that, thank you for
Thank you
being
for
here
giving me the
today.
floor.
Yes, and hope you have a
Welcome.
happy holiday and welcome to Cobb County. Thank
Thank you.
you.
Merry Christmas.
Good afternoon, everyone. Merry